Hello, this is Jerry from Nightside, Annihilatus and Rauta channel. See you at Tampa Morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 2, Episode number 81. And as always, I'm joined by my co-host from his studio somewhere deep in the tropical hell we call Tampa Bay, Mr. Ed Webb. How you doing, dude?
Mr. Anderson. What's up, brother?
Not much, man. Another show, episode number 81. We actually have two guests coming on tonight. We actually opened up the show with Nightside from Finland, the song Gates of Hell. from the album Death from the North that came out in 2024. And we're actually going to be joined by Jerry from the band. He's from Nightside. He's also the host of the YouTube channel. I guess they call him a YouTuber, right? The Rauta channel on YouTube, which is like a bunch of extreme metal and a lot of Finnish bands. And I've been watching his show for actually a couple of years, man. And I contacted him and I thought it'd be a good idea to have him on. Like I said, he's also a musician. He also plays in a band called Annihilatus. So we'll be talking to him. And then we also have Eric Gran coming on from the Tampa Bay Metal scene. He'll come on at the end of the show, talk about a festival that's, well, actually, it's not even a festival, but a show that's coming up Saturday, which we'll announce a little earlier too. And then he'll give us all the full details. We've been talking about that for probably the last couple of weeks. But Ed, you've had a busy week, man. First of all, how was your show on, was it Friday night? You played at Barf 10 with Monstrosity.
I did. We did a 4-set, quick in and out little thing just to, I don't know, just to do it. It was fun. It was cool. It was different, man. It was definitely, when I pulled up, the show started, I want to say at 6 or 5:30 or 6. I don't know what time. I know the gates opened at 5, or the gate for the giant $1.5 million home it was at. And,
yeah, it was the show was actually at a house, right?
House, yeah. And like way out in Lithia. When I drove there, I used to take my son, and I used to drive the basketball team for a school to this Christian school, and I'm like, holy fuck, it's past here. And I knew that was far. And when I was like, oh my God, and the traffic getting out there was absolutely ridiculous because it's a 1-lane road all the way out. So it just sucked. But yeah, it was already packed, and I got a giant truck. So I'm thinking, oh man, the last thing I want to do is get caught in this parking.
What are you driving right now?
I got an F-150, a 4-door Lariat, big, so, but luckily I found a spot where I could turn around and kind of pull into a thing where I could pull right out. So I got lucky, and they were already playing. It was like in this giant I say 2-car garage, but not like attached to a house, like an external garage that's built. So when I say 2-car garage, it's probably more like a 4-car garage because it's huge. And they built this whole stage with a lighting rig and everything, and it was pretty well done. And when I got there, the band, a local band called Must Not Kill, was on. Brad Mader and Aaron, Tom, all our buddies. Yeah. So yeah, it would, and they crushed. Yeah, we ran up there. Me and Bryce were watching them, and they kicked ass. And then of course, Josh Jones, who we had on, his band Chaos, who hasn't played, man, probably early 2000s, I would say, right? 2003.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying. It was a long, I mean, I had seen them at the original.
It's been a long time. I remember Chaos. So it's been a long time with our buddy Lurch. So yeah, they played. And then this young band called Midnight Vice, they were, when I say young, they were definitely young. And that kid could sing. I was like, man, I want to see you in 20 years hitting those. He was hitting some notes that I was like, man, my balls hurt from those notes because they were high. And then of course we played, and
Siren played, of course, which is a Tampa Bay.
Oblivion played after us, and then Siren, and then Thrash Attack with guest dudes all throughout the night. Fortunately, they didn't come on until after midnight, and I turned into a pumpkin, so I was home before midnight, unfortunately.
But the video I saw in the photos, it looked cool, man. The whole setup looked good.
It was a good turnout. They were selling shirts, and they had, pizza and beer, and it was definitely like I would equate it to what a backyard party probably should have looked like back in the day, probably minus the killer, lighting rig, because obviously that costs a lot of money. But yeah, it was well done. I met the guy who owned the home. I believe his name was Steve, and Josh did it great, man. He did a great job on it. It was definitely, I didn't know what I was getting into going there. And of course, we found out a week before that we were just going to pop in and do 4 songs.
Did you guys do one rehearsal prior, right? On that
Thursday
night.
The night before, yeah. So yeah, it was great, man. I actually had a fun time, considering I'm glad it was only 4 songs, because that beat the shit out of me. Because
what 4 songs was it again? I think we talked about this last week.
I don't remember any of them. No, I don't know. No, Definitive, Inquisition, Final, Ceremonial Void, and then we did Firestorm. So we just did 4, like 3 off of Imperial and then Firestorm. The lead plays with a click. So we had to kind of, this was the throw and go. We had, you want to talk about 10 minutes? We had 10 minutes in between bands to literally, because they had cabinets and heads set up, and, Lee just got on the drums right after that dude and just kind of adjusted it how he needed it. And we were doing it. And what's crazy is I didn't realize Punchy was helping with the sound. From Diet of Worms.
Diet of Worms.
Yep. So it sounded pretty good. I mean, the video I saw sounded pretty good. All the bands I heard out front were good. So yeah, it was killer.
Yeah, well, we both were at shows. I went to actually go see, what was it, Saturday? I went to see, actually, we just had Rob on from Lucifericon last week. I went to go see Lucifericon and Power from Hell.
That was Saturday? I thought you went Monday.
No, actually, you're right. It was a Monday. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a holiday here. Yeah, it was actually a Lithuanian holiday. So it was Lucifericon and Power from Hell, 2 bands only. It was Club Lemmy in Kaunas, Lithuania. Got to the venue, saw Rob right away, hung out with him. Great guy, man. Anybody who didn't hear, we had him on last week. Like I said, Rob played with Destroyer 666. Obviously Son's Blood he played with, and now he's with Lucifericon, who's been around for some time. And I hung out with Rob. It was great. They were killer. Power from Hell was the first time I ever seen them. Awesome band also. It's a good time, man. I got to say, 2 bands too. I walked in the venue at Lemmy's, the show started and it was pretty much over in like 2 hours. So I was back before midnight, which is very rare when you go to shows.
Man, and no offense to the opening bands of shows, but man, showing up for 2 shows, and that's kind of how I felt for Alice Cooper. We got there.
Alice plays 8 to 10. That's it.
He literally came on. It was 7:45-ish, maybe closer to 8. And maybe it was 10 o'clock. I think you're right. We were walking out. And I was like, same thing. But, Willie Nelson had one opening dude for 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. And then they came right on and he played. And then all of a sudden he's done. And I'm just like, man, is this really how fucking cool shows can be? Because, again, like Machine Head, for years, they toured by themselves and played for 2.5 hours because they have such a catalog that they can play for 2.5 hours. Willie Nelson has a catalog that probably he could play for 5 hours if he wanted to, and these people don't break in between songs. That's what's crazy to me, man. I mean, we played 4 songs and I was dead. Like literally.
Yeah, I think the setup for the Lucifericon show was like they played 45 minutes to an hour almost. And then I want to say there was like a 20-minute switch over. And then Power from Hell came on and that was it. And, it was, like I said, I actually took a cab up to the venue because my wife was working at the hospital that night. So I didn't want to drive. Went up there, got back before midnight. So it was definitely, but it was a killer show. Anybody who has the opportunity to catch that tour, I think there might be like 8 more shows left. I know they were in Poland yesterday. So yeah, it's a killer tour. Definitely, if you get a chance to check it out. And Ed, we have also anybody who's interested on the Instagram page. We have tickets. We started doing the giveaway for Jeff Tate, Operation Mindcrime, Friday, April 4th. That is at Ruth Eckerd Hall. If you're interested in tickets, just go to the Instagram page. The information's there. We'll be giving those away till a couple of days before the show. Ed will be there.
Baycare Sound, man. That place is.
Well, it's Ruth Eckerd Hall. That's not the. Is that the same? This is Ruth Eckerd. This one.
I think it's the same. I think it's at the Baycare Sound.
Okay, same. Okay, because this one I just know Ruth Eckerd.
Cool. Yeah, that's Ruth Eckerd now. Ruth Eckerd is the Bill Heimer. It's all that's incorporated into
all these
Ruth
name
Eckerd
changes.
now.
I can't. Yeah. It's like, remember when Yankee Stadium, well, Yankee Stadium still is Yankee Stadium, so I can't use that for an example. But remember when like stadiums then weren't named after corporations and stuff, and now I always get confused because they switch names at all these stadiums. So we got, I guess, Ed, we were talking earlier. We definitely have a busy show tonight. Like I said, we got Jerry coming on from Annihilatus and Nightside, talk about his history, as a musician, and we're also going to talk about the channel he hosts, the Rauta channel over on YouTube. I'm sure many of you have seen it. So talk to him about some Finnish history and all that stuff. So I guess, Ed, what I'm going to do is you want to do, I guess, what you want to do. Let's do shows first, and then we'll do releases if that's cool with you.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so shows. There's actually a bunch of stuff going on the next 2 weeks, or next 2 weeks. But Saturday, March 15th at the Brass Mug in Tampa, which Eric's going to come on and give us more detail about this. So I'm going to keep it kind of thin right now, but it's going to be Wire Throne, Nocturnal Dawn, Voidrium, and Doris. There's some more bands on this too. Like I said, Eric will come on and we're going to talk to him about this. It's $20 at the door. It's the metal battle for Vakken. That's at the Brass Mug in Tampa, and that's this Saturday, March 15th. So, like I said, Eric will come on at the end of the show, and we'll get together with him and see what's up. Saturday, March 22nd, live at the Abra in Melbourne, Florida. Claw, Voidrium, Hatred Creation, Narcose. I don't know how to, we were talking to Eric. This name always throws me off, so I think that's the correct way to say it. That's $12. Doors at 8. Show starts at 8:30. Again, that's at the Abra in Melbourne, Florida. That's Saturday, March 22nd. March 23rd, Belphegor, Hate, Arcona, Vale of Noth. That's at the Orpheum in Tampa. That's 14802 Nebraska Avenue. That's 7 p.m. show, $25, all ages. But if you're under 18, you have to come with an adult. And let's see here. I got a couple more for you. Saturday. I'm trying to do these in order, actually. So Thursday, March 27th, Exhorter, Herculeon, Verlins, Restless Spirit, Ramtha. That is at the doors at 6. It's the return of Pat, right? From Cannibal, the old, Pat's first show in Tampa, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think
For some years,
I don't
man.
think Exhorter's played here. So yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, I saw him in
Pat
Maryland.
O'Brien's return. So that's at, let me see here. That's at the Orpheum. Also, those people in.
No,
That's at the Brass Mug. You're right. The Exporter shows at the Brass Mug.
Yes.
Anybody else in Florida? Also, Orlando on the 24th at the Conduit, Jacksonville on the 25th at Jackrabbits, and Miami on the 26th at Gramps. But for all you Tampa people, like Ed said, the Brass Mug, Thursday, March 27th, doors at 6. I also saw Paul from Cannibal Corpse is going to be doing stand-up comedy Saturday, March 15th at the Commodore in Ybor City. 8:45 are the doors, or that maybe when it starts, one or the other. 811 East 7th Ave, Ybor City. And that is, like I said, that'll be Saturday, March 15th. So let me see here. Ed, I didn't know he was doing stand-up. Did you?
No, I did not.
I didn't know.
Talked to Paul many times. I did not know comedy was in his repertoire, but hey, everybody can be funny if they want to, right?
Yeah. I mean, so he'll be doing that over in Ybor City. And Ed, I don't know if you have any releases I could run. I have, again, I keep on, every time I open up the folder after a show, we get a decent amount of releases sent to us. So I'll roll through these. I think I have, let me see, like 12 of them. So
wow.
I'll try to spit these out without fucking it up here. Let me see.
Good luck.
Here. Yeah, I know. Children of the Void. They started out and it has some Lithuanian ties, actually. It started out in Vilnius, moved over to South Holland. They have an EP coming out called Manifestations of a Future Long Dead. And let me see here. 3 tracks. The band formed in 2019. This comes out March 11th. Let me see. Torturer from Ukraine. Title In Madness. Label Phono Limited. Torturer's third full length. Follow up to 2011's Infinity of Illusions. There's 8 tracks on this one. That comes out March 18th. Whiskey Ritual from Italy. It's a black rock, black and roll, they call it. The style EP Still Scum. It's a 10-inch, 400 copies. Label Folter Records out of Germany. Whiskey Ritual formed in 2008. Whiskey Ritual has released 5 full lengths, 2 EPs, and 2 splits. They do a cover. This has covers on it, this one, on this release for the Scum 10-inch. Has covers from the Dictators, Devo, Iggy Pop, Sham 69, the Casualties. Members past and present from Forgotten Tomb out of Italy, Death SS, Speed Dragons, and From the Depth. March 20 is that release. Rancid Cadaver out of the UK, death metal band. Mortality Denied. It's their debut album, independent release, 9 tracks. Rancid Cadaver, formed in 2021, has put out 2 EPs, one in 2022 and one in 2024, and that's going to be on March 21st, that release. So, and we got some more for you here. We got Heredum Vermis from Argentina, death metal band. Temple of Morbid Divinities is the name of the record. Label Iron Blood and Death Corporation out of Mexico, formed in 2014. Follow up to 2021's Cult of Malignant Entities. It's their 4th full length, 10 tracks. That comes out March 21st. Dark Driven from Sweden. Sweden and Israel is where the members are out of, it says. It's melodic doom, death metal. From the Unbeliever is the title of the record. Label Hammer Heart Records out of the Netherlands, formed in 2022. It's the band's debut. They put out a demo in 2025 titled Dress Divine. That comes out March 21st. Throne out of Michigan, melodic death metal band. So this one's called That Who Sat Upon Him Was Death. Redefining Darkness Records out of Cleveland, Ohio. Follow up to Throne's 2021 release, Pestilent Dawn. It was their debut. Also put out an EP in 2018 titled Altar of the Dying. Pestifier out of Portugal. Ravaging Fury. Label, again, Iron Blood and Death Corporation out of Mexico. Band formed in 2000. Demo in 2009. Ravaging Fury is the follow-up to 2017's Execration Ditrate. I can't read that, so there you go. And let's see here. We got some more for you. Sometimes I just can't read the text on here. We have Infernal from Norway. It's a black metal band. Ave. It's an EP. Hellstain Productions out of Norway is the label. 4 tracks on the EP. Infernal formed in 97. This one comes out March 21st. Hexecutor out of France. Black and thrash metal band. Where spirits withers in its flesh is constraint is the name of the title of this one. Dying Victims. I mean, these long titles, man, kills me. Label Dying Victims Productions out of Germany, formed in 2011. Members past and present of Stone Witch, Rotten Liver, and Persifier. 8 tracks follow up to 2020's Beyond Any Human Consumption of Knowledge. That comes out March 28th. Gallower out of Poland, black thrash metal band. Vengeance and Wrath is the name of the record. Label Dying Victim Productions, again out of Germany. 9 tracks. Band's second full-length follow-up to the band's 2020 record, Behold the Realm of Darkness. Urn out of Finland. We're actually going to play them tonight. Title Demon Steel. Osmos Productions. 6 years since the band's last full-length. Iron Will of Power. Came out on seasons of Mist Underground activities in France. Let me see here. 10 tracks. And this one comes out again, like I said, on Osmos Productions, and it comes out March 28th. And I think that's all I have for releases. Ed, do you have anything on there?
No, not everything I looked on Spotify was the same.
Oh, there you go.
As that I saw. So I did not see anything new on the non-underground front.
Some of the titles, man, it gets, little tongue twisters, man. You're reading all these albums out. It's kind of, it's a challenge.
Listen, man, I the old meme with the with Michael Jackson sitting in the theater with the popcorn. That's me watching you try to juggle.
Try not to fuck it up. Yeah, man.
I just sit here eating popcorn because I'm waiting. The wheels are going to fall off at some point with some of these words. Like, what are the rotted liver? Or you said something. I'm just like, man, where do they come up with these band names, man?
Well, what happens is, you read them all, and then like the words start blending in, or and I write them all down when I get all the information. And sometimes I'll be honest, sometimes I write it down, and there's been a couple words where I'm like, what the fuck did I write there? So exactly, I apologize to anybody.
Your own handwriting.
Screw that.
Listen, the other day I was raking leaves, and I took a bunch of branches and threw them in the air, and when they landed, there was my new logo. So I was ready to go.
Who did we talk about that? We talked about that with Rob, right, from Lucifericon, about that. Yeah, about the logos that you can't.
Like, there's a guy who had something for sale on Facebook Marketplace, and I opened up his profile to see who he was, and he's got, looks like a band name, like a metal band name, but it looks like a bunch of twigs. I have no idea what that is. I even tried to look on his page to see, it says guitar player or something for nothing. I'm like, well, Okay, Squiggles. I guess we'll just call you Squiggles because that's all I can see is a bunch of nothing. I mean, I don't understand it.
What's crazy is sometimes when you find out what the band name says, you're like, "Oh, how the you know?" You're kind of amazed
Even
how it
then,
comes
I
out
mean,
to
there's
that.
sometimes I even after I know the word, I have to turn sideways or maybe flip it upside down to think I'm looking at it wrong because I just sometimes I don't know if I were in a band and somebody handed me like an artwork of my logo and I looked at it and go, oh, yeah, nobody else would be able to read it, but sure. That to me, I would want somebody to know who I am on a
Yeah, that's the
flyer,
hard part. You're trying
especially.
to get when you yeah, because the flyers. I know when we get flyers sent to us and I have to read them on the show. Sometimes that's why I'll skip some bands. It's not because I'm trying to be a dick or anything. It's just because sometimes I look
Can't
at the
read it.
logo and I'm like, I have no idea what that is. So there is two people that passed away this week. Two females, I believe, actually. Katare Nurk from Estonia, 45 years old. She was a keyboardist for Lloyds, I believe is the name of the band, black metal band from Estonia. She passed away. Um, and then a Japanese vocalist also at Soko B Ose. So hopefully I'm not butchering that. But she passed away. She was in Battle Axe, Bloody Moon, Hellraiser, Gangland. So we have somebody I always say on the show who mails me this information, and I did get that from him today. So I appreciate it. So, but Ed, I think we got Jerry coming on. Like I said, I've been watching that. He has the Rauta channel, and he has some great interviews on there. Bands that you usually don't always get to see being interviewed or hear get being interviewed. And I got to say, I've been watching this channel for a while. And I got a hold of him, no problem. We figured it out. I know he had band practice go. He has band practice going on tonight, so he's going to be joining us after band practice here, actually in a few minutes. So yeah, we're going to talk to Jerry, and then we'll have Eric Gran at the end of the show. So it's going to be kind of a long show, so we're going to cut it short. I can't think of anything else that we didn't mention. Can you, Ed?
Nope. We talked about Barf. We talked about upcoming shows, releases.
There's
I
one
think we,
thing that I will mention, which I do this because we have so many new listeners now. I'm not going to go through them all, but we have a lot the last 2 months. And again, whoever listens to us, you can always check out our Instagram page because that's where you'll find out most of the information about guests and, whatever we have going on, ticket giveaways. You can email us there and message us there. That's probably the best place to get a hold of us. You can also email us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com. And anybody who hasn't heard us, as Ed will tell you, you can go Spotify, anywhere there's podcast, right, Ed?
yep.
And so some of the guys you can catch there, and our shows are long form. So most of the guests, you're getting to get the full detail of their careers and what they've done. I mean, it's definitely not for those who are looking for a 20-minute interview. But we've had like Pat from Hell Witch, we've had Chris Reifert from Autopsy, Vincent Crowley, of course, from Acheron, the Vincent Crowley band. We've had Blaine Cook from The Accused. We had, let me see here, David
Dave
Howard Thornton, who
Austin.
played Art the Clown. Who'd you say it?
Dave Austin from
Dave
Nasty
Austin from Nasty
Savage.
Savage. Um,
Bill
we've
Owen from
had
Purgatory.
Bill Owen from Purgatory, John from Raven. We've had, let me see here, Gene from Angel Corpse.
We had Kyle
Um,
Thomas from Exorder, who we talked
Kyle
about
Thomas
the
from
show today.
Exorder, Dovidus from Crypts of Despair, and Luctus out of Lithuania. We had the guys from Morbid Saint on, Jim and Pat. Dawn of the Dead from Nunslaughter, Snowy Shaw from King Diamond, Notre Dame. The list goes on for him. Dave from Mortis Gold. Um, we've had, let me
King
see here,
Fowley.
King Fowley for 5 hours. With
Mantis.
Jeff Mantis from Venom for 5 hours. I mean,
Yeah.
totally. If you're a Venom fan, I always say this. It's like definitely a must listen. It's a great episode. King Fowley too. I'm so happy. I know King, the deceased, is killing it right now on the road with Corner. Sold out shows. Very happy for
Good.
deceased. Yep. Jamie Bailey from Brodequin we had on. Harry Quokinen from Hooded Menace. Hail Conjurer. Let me see
Henry from
here.
God the Throne.
Yeah, Henry from God Throned. I'll be seeing them in a few weeks, actually, over here in Lithuania at Vilnius. God Throned will be playing. Ryan Waste.
The list
Let me
is
see.
endless.
Yeah, the list is endless. Ed's right. It goes on and on and on.
I mean,
Lee Ping from Club and Hoof.
we're at
Uh,
81.
yeah, 81 episodes and going and then actually this basically next week we'll have Luisma from Hemorrhage Depopulation Department, which I'm really looking forward to that episode. Hemorrhage is a killer band, grindcore band from Spain. So we'll be talking to Luisma. That'll be next week. And then just old episodes from, about Tampa, some of the scene, like the Tampa Bay Metal Awards, Aces Records. We had the guys from Mystic Circle on. I mean, like Ed said, the list goes on. But we always appreciate anybody who listens. The guys from Witch Trap, too, out of Columbia. I just thought of that because I just heard from them today. So we have a bunch of stuff. Glenn Destructor from Australia, another killer band. That was the first podcast he ever did.
I know. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. Jesse Jolly from Malevolent Creation, Promethean Horde. So yeah, the list goes on. You can find all the information on the Instagram page or on Spotify. So yeah, let's get Jerry set up. So we'll do that. And then after that, we'll have Eric Gran come on. So it's going to be a long episode, everybody. So we appreciate everybody who listens. Again, next week is Luisma from Hemorrhage. And yeah, so Ed, what we'll do is I'm going to play. So we mentioned one of the releases. So I'm actually going to play something from it. Urn from Finland. We're going to play Burning Blood's Curse off the Demon Steel record on Osmos Productions that comes out on March 28th. And we'll be back with Jerry from Nightside, Annihilatus, and from the Rauta YouTube channel. So after this track from Urn, this is Burning Blood's Curse on the Tampa Morgue. We'll be back with Jerry after this track.
Keep
And that was with Burning Blood's Curse off the Demon Steel record that comes out March 28th. And we are joined with Jerry from Nightside, from the Rauta channel, which is actually where I kind of actually first became familiar with him. I've been watching it for a few years. This week, I was sitting around watching one of the episodes. I said, you know what? I'm going to reach out to him and see if I get him to come on the show. Because I have to be honest, man, he's, for me, interview wise, it's where I usually go to see some of the bands I like, because I have to give him credit, man. He's getting shit that I don't see other people getting. So first of all, how you doing, man?
Thanks for asking, and first of all, thank you having me, Tony and Ed. It's really cool to be on this podcast. Now, doing fine, but busy. That's what my kind of a go-to line these days is. Whenever people are like, "Hey, how are you doing, man?" I'm always like, "Fucking good." But I'm very fucking busy. Busy means like obviously I do have a day job that takes a lot of everybody's main time. Some people still think that when you run some kind of a underground extreme metal channel or whatever, it's going to be your job, and people are so clueless. I'm like, reality is you have your day job, you have your family life, and then you try to squeeze in whatever you have left in your tank, whatever you have, your schedule for. So I try to do this content for the channel daily, and of course having one semi-active band, Annihilatus, and the main band Nightside, which is more active. You kind of have to squeeze them in as well. And so it's still like playing like a live Tetris in a way. You try to figure out the puzzle pieces and figure out your shit. And obviously, for me anyway, almost as big importance than running the channel and having these bands is just working out. So definitely it's trying to figure out all the possible pieces in your fucking Excel sheet. So that's what I'm doing. But thanks for asking. Doing nice.
You have a history, and I think a lot of people maybe that even watch your channel don't realize some of the things that you do outside of the channel, because you keep it separate, right? You kind of keep your music, what the music that you make is kind of separate from what you do on the channel.
Yeah, that's true. It's so much like I get it. Nowadays culture, everybody wants to be somebody. I grew up with Wasp, so I know I want to be somebody, but I don't want to so to say ride with someone else's horse. For me, it's more like the bands are separate entities as much as the channel is different. It's not like I'm afraid of or ashamed of something. For me, they kind of go hand in hand. But as you know, sometimes the right hand does totally different things than the left hands. So for me, they are like inseparable, but also independent. So they are not, like so that whenever I do band stuff, I have to, mention the channel or vice versa. Channel is of course a good way to promote the bands, but I only say those things, when it feels comfortable and natural. So it's not like I do review some band and instead I start talking my own band. That would be fucking bullshit. And the same goes for interviews. When there are like these streams, I do monthly streams where I basically do people, answering their questions. Obviously, the band pops up there every now and then because some have found out about it, or someone has like a question, like, "Okay, I saw guitar on the background. Do you play them or whatever?" And then it kind of starts rolling naturally. But other than that, I mean, time and place for everything, and a lot of things are not really connected. Like my day job isn't really connected to Rauta, but in a way there are certain overlaps. Like for example, I've gotten some gear from the work because I work in the IT and gaming industry, entertainment, if you will. So obviously there are these synergy things which are natural for everybody who ever does any kind of thing in the music industry. I mean, you could be a band member and you could have your own studio. So obviously they are connected while they are not. And these are kind of similar things for me. So different roles for different times and places and all that stuff. So unless it comes naturally, it's just better to keep them separated. So yeah, there are lots of people who are like, after almost 8 years running the channel, are like, "What? You have a band?" And I'm like, "Yeah, since 1994." But these are not, the kind of a advertisement thing. But that's exactly what I'm basically doing here because it feels natural here to mention them. So
Yeah, well,
yeah,
we're going to
I
start
hope that
out with the
answers the
band,
question.
actually. We're going to start out with, basically, we'll start out with the musicians part of you. So, first of
Correct.
all, what part of Finland were you born in?
I was born in the southwest corner of Finland. I'm actually still living in my city where I was born and raised. But obviously, during the course of teenage years, I've been living in different cities, even different countries. It's not like it's straightforward, but I kind of came back here, and it's more like these years or times I've been outside, the whole place, were more like quick visits in hindsight, in a way. So Turku has been my base of operations for most of my life, and that's pretty much how things are still.
That's the oldest city, right? In
Yeah, it's the
Finland?
oldest city in Finland, the ex-capital, and used to be the kind of a first marketplace in Finland. Before it even got township status back in the medieval days. This used to be a castle and bishop's seat. Then it got town rights, and all these trade things started happening. So yeah, we have a lot of history, and it's still cool, to take people who visit the city, not just give this the modern days. Okay, this is what's going on, and these are the modern bands or whatever. But it's kind of nice to give them a little bit of a history lesson, because we were always being invaded by couple of countries, either by Swedish kingdom or Russia. So in a way, we have been always this kind of a weird country, either raided by Vikings or Swedes or Russians, and still, however, here we are, you
Still
know,
rolling.
mysteriously. Yeah.
Yeah. And what did you first personally like? Do you remember the first piece of music that really caught your attention, like when you were a kid, like before the batteries and stuff like that? Like the first thing
Well,
that really.
yeah. Surprisingly, I mean, there are lots of things which I would like to recall and remember and all, but most of cool details kind of fade away throughout the years. But one thing hasn't left my earthly body, and I remember Iron Maiden was the first band that was some kind of metal. I was probably 7 years old. This is a little bit debatable because I'm not sure which years it was, but I remember we had just moved into this nice, cozy, almost countryside kind of a neighborhood, kind of a suburb, which was still, kind of a growing, the very, very first steps, basically. And there was this, girl, maybe year older than me, something like that. We became friends, and she had a badass brother, older brother, which kind of was like giving her probably tips what to listen to. And mind you, we were kids, less than 10 years of age. Like I said, I was something like 7. So she eventually introduced me to metal music. I don't remember how old she was, but you're too young, older. And from her older brother, I think she had this tape, which was Iron Maiden. I eventually learned we had this stereo system that was supposed to be cool back in the early 80s or whatever it was, in 1982, 1983, whatever. And she would play it, and I had no idea what this kind of music is. I mean, obviously, back in Finland in the early 80s, you probably just heard whatever was played on radio, or in terms of national television channels, which we had like 2. So we were totally kind of a disconnected in the sense of broader sense of music and understanding the very nature of what was going on in the world. We didn't have MTV and all that stuff, but they played an important part later on. So I remained, and that was like, wow, what is this? This is so heavy and weird. And I remember having this permanent marker. I would just write heavy metal on my jeans. And my mom was, what the fuck? Upset, obviously, because you're not supposed to, use my kind of a permanent marker on your clothes. But it somehow affected me very, very big time. And then there was this kind of a heavy metal special on one of the mainstream music shows. I have no absolutely fucking idea why on earth there was such. But that was a game changer, because suddenly they played music videos by Kiss, Twisted Sister, Mötley Crüe, Wasp, most likely. And suddenly it was like mind blown. You were just this little kid, and you had all these badass bands. Mind you, they were as badass as whatever we were, like 9, 10, whatever, as kids, as later on would be extreme metal. So, having those guys, like I still remember, Mötley Crüe smoking in the boys' room. I mean, that was so badass. How can you actually smoke at school? Like, what if that was like, using heroin in a public place kind of a level badass shit. for a kid anyway. And then there was this Twisted Sister, I Want to Rock and all that stuff. So suddenly it was this rebellious music, not just, like being badass as music, but becoming this kind of leading figures, if it makes sense. So suddenly these guys from United States of America were giving us like, what the hell? I remember those Kiss videos, Lick It Up. These guys, they would spit and we're like, wow, can you do that? So now in hindsight, obviously feels like a very naive and all that stuff being like shaken by these ideas, but it
Especially
was
Lick It Up. You
fucking,
watch that video now, and that's still some of the worst clothing I've and I was a Kiss guy too as a kid, so
yeah, but back in the days, and I think
yeah.
Twisted Sister, made the biggest impact because those music videos, they were fun, so they were goofing around, but they were also showing that you can just tell the teacher or whatever, like piss off,
Rebellion.
we're out of here. So it was kind of a Ferris Bueller movie moment, you would grow up in. And obviously, these are the things that kind of started going on into the very, very early stages for metal. Okay, some bands are obviously more hard rock than metal, but that's beside the point. Then what followed were obviously, easier music, just like Bon Jovi, Europe, the kind of stuff.
You're a
But it
huge
was
Wasp fan, right?
sorry.
You're a huge Wasp fan.
Yeah, yeah, but Wasp was like, wow, that
Oh,
was the
great
baddest of
band.
them all. And these other bands, some were softer, some were harder, and then it started seeping towards into metal. But then I don't have a really, you know, for certain, I don't have a recollection what was the really like real badass metal band after those. So eventually, it became things like Metallica, Pantera, and all that stuff. And suddenly there was a jump into the world of thrash metal for real and death metal. But one thing I remember from both Thrower was that it was like 1990, 1991, roughly. We were playing those Warhammer miniature games. And, as everybody who has been following Bolt Thrower knows, that their second album, Realms of Chaos, features exactly the same cover that was used on those Warhammer 40,000 miniature games. So basically, Eternal War, these sci-fi soldiers, just shooting with their assault guns and all in the various directions. And you had the same cover on the game book as with the CD. So one of my friends picked it up basically because we have had this gaming connection. So it was so violent music, and we were like, "Oh, this is listenable. This is too much for us. This is kind of like too noisy." Whatever would you would feel as an early teenager. So we would kind of revert back to listening to those bands like Metallica and of course there was grunge moment. This was the very early '90s, so a lot of my friends were into bands like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Faith No More. So suddenly this kind of momentum shift was a little bit all over the place. Some were with the softer stuff, some wanted it more extreme, and I guess some of my good friends were a little bit older than me, and they should have been like putting me in the right place, but I was the guy who eventually get first, I guess, into the booze and into the harder bands. So whenever that Pandora's box was open with bands like Metallica and whatever it followed soon with the Panteras, and then death metal bands like Bolthor, which was kind of like realizing a couple of years later, like, hey, I actually like this stuff, which I didn't 2 years earlier. So suddenly it started, opening the floodgates, and these death metal bands, thrash metal bands, traditional heavy metal bands, they were like coming by the storm. And now we're roughly 1993 or so, and then there was MTV. So you would open, television, start watching Headbangers Ball, and especially the triple thrash treat. I actually remember that, recording which my video receiver, VCR, that I would record the songs that I wanted the most, then take it to a schoolmate and like ask you, can or actually he was recording them for me, and then I would bring it to another guy, like, can you copy this and that segment into a compilation tape on VHS? So that was like kind of a figuring out the new bands, and I remember like first time I probably heard Cannibal Corpse, Staring Through the Eyes of the Dead, or whatever the song was actually through Headbangers Ball. So yeah, that affected a lot. And then when I was in 1993, I was in a different city living for a couple of years as a student. when I saw these guys, they also had long hair like I had. They had band shirts I had. Suddenly we start communicating over beers like, hey, what kind of bands are you listening to? So suddenly I made friends who were very much into, thrash metal, death metal, and beyond. And suddenly this opened a whole new level to a lot of bands because, like I said, my childhood friends were more into the Nirvanas and, Pearl Jams and, Stone Temple Pilots, whatever. And suddenly these new friends I had made where they were like the real deal. They knew about death metal and living in Loimaa City, which is something like 70 kilometers away from here. That was also the home base for Finnish death metal band Demigod. So suddenly I got to know those guys as well. And I remember the first time I heard about Bathory, for instance, was actually one of the guy in the same scene. He was having a Bathory shirt, and I was like, "There's a cool, this goat logo," but I had no fucking idea what it was. And then another good friend probably loaned me this or gave me this to listen to this Bathory compilation. And okay, once again I kind of found a new genre. Then, being a regular visitor to this local record store, you would just browse CDs and what is this? You would take Enslaved, album and seeing, okay, these guys have pretty cool Viking name songs, and you would find about, a lot of death metal bands and,
How was the
some.
record stores by you growing up? Was it decent selection? Do you guys have a lot of options, or was it like just one
Well,
or
well,
two
this is
places?
curious is that Loima was a very, very small city, something like 7,000 people only, but it had this great record store. I guess because one of the guys who were working there was actually already in a band called Mythem that never did more than one demo, I think, and it was basically the early Amorphis era band. The point here is these guys were very much connected to the Demigod guys and the rest of the local scene. So while it was a small city, it had a very very active metal scene, and a lot of guys were into either melodic death metal or gothic metal, whatever it was. Not really black metal, but that shop was partially ran by this guy. He wasn't like the owner. He was this maybe 5 years older guy than me. So the big difference, if I was like 18, he was 23. So he was the next level guy. But he was, I guess, choosing a lot of records to be sold there. So when you were browsing, you would, hey, this is Entombed. There is Carcass. There is Napalm Death, and all these bands that were previously unheard to me because my friend were not really listening to that kind of stuff. So that record store and living in that small city of Loima for a couple of years really changed the game. In hindsight, I've been thinking if I hadn't been, as a student there in that city, could I have missed a lot of extreme metal? Would I be now listening to some, I don't know, pop rock? Who the fuck knows? Most
Do you
likely
remember
not.
the
But
first
I mean,
record you ever purchased?
huh?
The first record you ever purchased?
Curious enough, it was Fate No More's Angel Dust, first CD I ever got, and the
It's a
reason
great
was this.
record, though.
It's a good record, and I don't have it anymore. But back in the days, I figured out I should buy it as a CD before I got my CD player, because then I could copy to my tape. And once I had enough money to buy a CD player, I would already have it. And then I started with my student money, buy some essential. For some reason, the same logic didn't, appear to me because some of my earliest albums were like Ride the Lightning and Kill 'Em All, which I had already on tape. But I guess it felt so important to have it on CD with the lyrics, with the real covers, rather than your handwritten song names and all that stuff. So that's how it started. Kind of a very basic, and if you look at in hindsight, it feels like we were taking the baby steps
Yeah.
from the hard rock bands to the heavy metal to thrash metal, and suddenly, boom,
Well,
there
I
you
think we're all
are.
about the same age. How old are you? Do you mind? Well, what year were you born, if you mind me asking?
I was born in 1975, so I'm gonna turn 50 in
So we're all the
a few
same
months.
age, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think this story is, in that sense, it's a very fucking boring because everybody born in the 70s pretty much know how it goes. So some people got more into tape trading. I didn't do that really. Um,
What was your
and
first
some
show?
were, hmm?
What was your first show you ever attended?
uh, I am not exactly sure what it was because back in the early 90s, you really couldn't go into metal shows if you unless you were like 18 plus. And those days, I don't remember that there were like metal shows. in my home city. I think there was like a small gap. 1994, I remember going to this very, very originally named event called Metalli 94, Metalli being metal. And that was one of the first metal shows, but I think there were some shows already in 93, which I had seen maybe in Loima, because like I said, it was a small city, but they were active scene. And we did some trips to Helsinki. But that's kind of a really impossible question for me to say which one was the absolute first one. I remember the first real metal festival or bands where festival metal bands played at was like 1995 summer, so just as I had graduated. But those 2 years from 93 to 95, they were very, very active, but a lot of boozing. So probably lots of blackouts because of boozing. I mean, we were teenagers coming from Finland. So booze and metal or music in general, obviously very much hand in hand. I kind of a regret if there's something I regret in having this kind of a childhood is maybe drink a little bit less booze and you'd have more memories made. But hey, it is what it is.
Your first band was 94?
Yeah, that was in this Loimaa city with the friends I had made as a student. It was a band called Zurich, the god of death from a role playing game. But it felt very fitting because, after all, hey, we were playing death metal, and these fantasy names were not unheard of. After all, a lot of black metal bands, a lot of death metal bands, and even this fucking Paul Thrower had their name taken from a medieval or fantasy medieval war machine. So totally fine with us. We started making, our own songs very quickly, but we also did a cover of Paradise Lost, Eternal from the Gothic album, because it was so mind-blowingly good song from this album that kind of created the whole Gothic spectrum of death metal in a way. I mean, so different than a lot of American death metal bands, obviously, and a lot of different than, a lot of Swedish death metal bands at the time, having this Gothic layer into it and yet not still being exactly doom death, which would then again become a lot of those bands with My Dying Bride and the shit. So that was our niche. I think we had like this mutual understanding what we wanted to do. We changed name, and for some reason we never fucking recorded a tape. I guess that tells a lot about the time, because people barely had some secondhand cheap boom boxes and nothing else. We didn't have even a fucking four tracker. So we just played some music and it was fun while it lasted. But eventually, schools ended and people went back to their home cities or whatever. So I guess that was the reason why that band ceased to exist only after maybe less than a year. And then I found out in 95, I think, probably early 95 or late 94. I'm not sure. This is hard to pinpoint a certain date, but I ended up in this weird kind of a crossover band. It was kind of a metal, kind of a rock, kind of a punk. And I just got into because I met this drummer who was a really cool guy, still a friend of mine from a local scene through a local friend. And somehow I just mentioned somewhere after, with drinking and all, hey, I'm actually vocalist for a death metal band, which I barely had done only a few months. So I ended up in this weird band. It wasn't musically my cup of tea, but I guess I was kind of an open-minded kid, like, hey, whatever, let's just jam together and see where it goes.
What was the band
Uh,
name?
Nah, that was a weird name. Morris Drugstore with three R's. So like Morris Drugstore. Uh, the music wasn't good, really. Like I said, it wasn't my cup of tea, but it was fun to play. But then I got kicked out of the band, which I still think it were a little bit dubious reason. The guitarist called me, or I called him, I don't know, and basically said that, hey, you're out of the band. You're not as often rehearsing as you should be. And I was like, what the fuck? I missed a couple of times or whatever. But then I figured out it's no love lost. It's basically like the dating game. You're dating a girl, and then the girl gets some weird excuse like, hey, we're not really matched. What the fuck? We were matched for a couple of months, few months, half a year. And then you get booted away and you figure it out. Okay, maybe it was just an excuse, but doesn't matter, because in the end, if it happens, it happens. You move on. And 1 year later, I was at this party, some kind of a housewarming party or whatever. I had this Dark Funeral shirt on, uh, probably something like August 96. And this guy comes talking to me. You like that kind of music? Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm a like total anti-Christian and I like black metal and all. hey, we're looking for a vocalist. But this is basically the whole conversation. And suddenly I found myself once again in a new band handling the vocal duties. And this was, of course, Nightside back in the 1996, to which I recruited the fellow guitar player from the previous band, Eric, and then I also kind of recruited a bass player from my from the building I was, living in at the time, in a student apartment house, whatever it was called. Like there was this guy I had met in 1996, like also during the same fall or whatever, and he was this tape trading guy, a little bit younger, but he was like showing me a lot of bands I had never heard of, and like suddenly like, what the fuck? You also play bass? Guess what? We were looking for a bass player because this bass player who recruited me for the band, we had like maybe one rehearsals and he left the band. So there was like this void for this band because suddenly it was just a guitarist and drummer and me, and we didn't have a bass player anymore, and we could really use another guitar player. So suddenly, me joining the band meant also that two other members joined the band, and that's how it started.
Nice. You guys, so you did that. So you joined this band, like you said, that was, and you're the original singer of this band, right? You joined like a few
Yes,
months after the band was formed.
yeah, I think the band was formed in springtime '96. I don't know why they didn't have a vocalist in the beginning. Maybe that just didn't have figured out what to do really, or did the guitarist try out something? I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was a vocalist before me, as much as I can remember. There wasn't.
What was your first show with that band?
There was some local event in Turku, probably '97, I think. I'm pretty sure it was this small club called Sosis. It wasn't really a club so much as it was like this. You probably have way better word in America for this, but this kind of what do you have? This kind of a student place, which isn't like this place of gathering. Rather, it wasn't like
Auditorium, like where they
it
play
wasn't.
basketball at in the schools and stuff.
I think it was like this. When universities have these what you call them, not clubs, but these groups of people where they meet one another. So it was basically kind of old warehouse, like for bicycle and shit, turned into some kind of underground club. And whoever was running the shows, I have no idea these days, but there were some metal gigs and punk gigs and whatever. And somehow we ended there. And I think it was because the drummer was already connected a lot with the local scene, because obviously he had other bands before Nightside, death metal, and whatnot. So I think he got us booked for the first show, and yeah, I can't really say I have sharp memories of those events. Like I said, a lot of boozing back in the day, so they're a little bit hazy. But yeah, that was, I think, the first thing that we ever did. Played there a couple of times at least.
97, you guys enter was it Tico Studios. Can you
Mhm.
give us a little history? So that's, you guys do this to go there to do the first demo you guys did. So can you give us a little history on the studio? Because I know there's a history with this place.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a hilarious, and in hindsight, probably a lot of people would think this would be kind of a crazy. First of all, Tico was already kind of a famous by 1997 because bands like Imbel Nazarene had already recorded some of their early albums right there, and it was known as being a high quality studio with no bullshit producer who was like putting young guys, like, hey, you should do this and you should that, fuck that shit, like being a kind of a tutor in a way, even though it wasn't, I guess, originally meant as metal studio. I mean, after the name is Tico, not some fucking necro morbus.
Yeah.
So there's that. But the real thing is that it was something like, if I remember correctly, something like 700 or 800 kilometers away, which is something like 500 miles, which is fucking crazy because it's in the fucking other side of the whole country. So what we do is we book the studio, we rent the fucking van for us five guys, and decided to go there to do our first demo. Obviously, it cost a lot of money, at least for our student budgets and shit. So we drive there, I don't know, something like 10 hours. Spent there, I think, like 2 nights in a local small hostel, and that was my real studio experience. So it was kind of like jumping to a way bigger level than what we were, I think, ready for in so many ways, because usually, of course, demo bands, they get someone to with their 4 tracker or 8 tracker to do the stuff, and or go local studio, which would have saved a lot of money and a lot of time. But then again, we really got really great sound from this place. I mean, the production was really big, way better than many of first albums for a lot of bands. So in that sense, it wasn't like money lost or anything like that. And I think the demo turned out real good. But though my vocals could have been a lot better. I mean, it kind of for me at least anyway, I can hear the small mistakes here and there, like uh, you could have really rehearsed the songs even more. Obviously, you got to figure the vocal style even better. So it was a little bit like learning the tricks, basically the basics.
Yeah.
But it was a real good learning experience if you really think about it. Like, okay, you have this passion that you want to give into your band 100%, and you're ready to put your money on it. You're ready to drive fucking 10 hours instead of some 30 minutes away. So in a way, it meant a lot of more commitment than a lot of bands did that days, or even these days, because now everybody has their smartphones and laptops, and
Home
it's just easy
studios.
to set up the basic things. So in that respect, I think the commitment to do such a trip was really like wow. I mean, I'm in that sense, I'm still proud of us for doing that stuff, but it feels kind of a weird, because when we did our first album a couple of years later, obviously we did that at the local studio, so it was way more easy in that sense. But Tikko Tikko Studio was already kind of a household name in the Finnish extreme metal community or scene. So in that sense, it made a lot of sense, and it wasn't that expensive after all. I mean, we were just like bunch of students and whatnot, and we could still, rent the van, take it to the hostel, and record the stuff right there. So no love lost for sure. I mean, it was a great experience, even if we had some minor complications here and there. But yeah, good trip.
Well, you guys did what, 5 songs? I think 4. When the release came out though, right, the demo, there's only 4 tracks on that because Battle Storms didn't make the demo?
Well, on the demo it is. The funny thing is that all those 5 tracks ended up on the demo, but when those demo tracks were added to the first album as bonus tracks, which is sometimes confused in places like Metal Archives as compilation, which is it not. So when these demo tracks were supposed to be there, these demo tracks were supposed to be there as like bonus tracks. Somehow the label fucked it up, so it says Battle Storms, but Battle Storms didn't end on the given album. So whatever they did with the track, I don't know how it's possible to lose one track, but yeah, that's what happened. But people who have the original tape or the newer version of the tape, or even the CDR version of the demo, I mean, it has all the 5 songs. So it was unintentional, you know, cult track being added to the whole thing, and which is a shame because, in my opinion, Battle Storms is probably the second best track on the first demo, and I think overall it's one of the best songs from the first era of Nightside. So it was a shame that it wasn't included, but mistakes happen. People are full of mistakes.
Definitely. And back so 90s, well, I guess around 97 we're talking. So what is the scene like in Turkey and Finland in general? Like at this time period, because when do you start seeing the changeover? Like, when all these bands start coming out that, have basically are legends in that scene now. Like, did you start realizing like just the quality of acts? Because everyone was like in different cities, right? It was kind of
Yeah,
separated.
Finland was very, very scattered at the time. What people need to understand that in terms of population and the land mass in Finland, they don't really go so how to say nicely hand in hand. In that terms, we're more like Alaska. So lots of land filled with nothing. Meaning, when you compare to the whole size of Finland, it's way bigger than say UK in Europe. It's one of the biggest countries in terms of land size. But when it comes to people, we had like something like 5.5 million people, which you could really easily just squeeze in London and say, okay, we have plenty of places for you to fill. So Finland was very, very much scattered around. on the northern part, like places like Rovaniemi, which is some 1,000 kilometers away, roughly give or take, say 12 hours drive. And that was place for bands like Beherit. Then you had Oulu, which is also in the northern part of Finland, some 8 hours away. And there you have like bands like Impel Nazarene and the like. Now, in our home city, we had Archcode, but by 1997, Archcode was gone. They were gone in their very, very early 90s. So they were more like some cult act that barely, younger generation hadn't even heard of. Um, then if you would go to eastern parts of Finland, like southeast part, you would find Lappeenranta, which was then again home for bands like Horna and later on Satanic Warmaster, among other names. In the middle of Finland, you would find Jyväskylä, which was home to bands like Warlock, Helvetti, and stuff like that, which were basically virtually unknown, very demo level bands back in the days. And obviously later on, there would be more bands or people involved in the different bands. Like, for example, Horna's guitarist Infection is from Jyväskylä area. And then you would have places in the eastern side of the place, but way norther from this Lappeenranta area where Horna and stuff like that. So there wasn't no one big city, really to host all these places. So compared to places like Sweden, which is not that much bigger in terms of, population, you would have there like bigger cities like Stockholm, which was very, very pivotal place, or Gothenburg for a lot of death metal bands and black metal bands. Or if you would compare to Norway, smaller in terms of land size and people compared to Finland, you would have places like Oslo and Bergen, or places like even Trondheim and whatever. So a lot of bands were like really focused on only a few cities. In Finland, it was very, very much the opposite. And back in the middle 90s, I had no fucking clue of the whole area. Anything of the other cities, I had basically virtually no understanding. But luckily, this bass player I brought into the band in, I think it was indeed late 96, and he was already connected. This is the early times of kind of internet networking, in the sense that we had IRC or IRC, like we used to call it. So internet relay chat, the very text-based thing that we had. That was kind of a pivotal thing for a lot of us kids. So at school, because we didn't have internet access at home, people would log online, and we had this channel called blackmetal.fi. And basically the very same thing that nowadays people use, like things like Discord. Like, for instance, Rauta's Discord server, where we talk with like-minded people every day, but totally, just typing. So then my friend, this bass player Tommy, he invited me to join, this whole IRC community. So I stepped in. He gave me like, okay, what I need, a username, and create some kind of a passwords, and then you just join on these channels. So I did what he told me, and I start talking to these people. And later on, I would know, okay, these are the guys from, Horna, for instance. That's how I met, for example, Lauri or Satanic Warmaster. And we were just, kids in our 20s or late teens. And when you started communicating with those guys, you realized you had a lot of same bands which you were a fan of. So you were basically just, like, hey, you also like that band. Awesome. You like Emperor? Fucking great. And, you like, Mayhem, Mystery Wisdom, Satanas, and blah, blah, blah. And suddenly you were just talking about the very same bands. And then people mention, yeah, I play in this band. I also have a band. Very nice, and blah, blah, blah. So you realize all these similarities with your background, with your musical taste, and blah, blah, blah. But we were very scattered. But because of the very nature that, as young guys have a lot of passion, that's when it started, moving the bits. And so when there was like a show in Helsinki, which was not, curiously enough, very big on black metal, even though the biggest city in Finland, the whole metropolitan area would have like 1/5 of the whole country's population, but wasn't really known for its black metal things. So it was more all these smaller cities or rural areas. Anyhow, Helsinki was still the place where you would see the shows, obviously, because it was the biggest place. Like, for example, I think it was 1997 when Emperor came to Finland for the first time. So we guys from Turku would go there. Some other guys from different cities would go there. We would meet, or drinks and all that stuff.
You
So
saw Gorgoroth too, right? 97, 98?
What?
Gorgoroth you saw in
Gorgoroth
97,
was
98?
1998, if I remember correctly. They were headlining Tuska Festival when it was just a
And
small.
that was Pest or Gall?
Yeah, yeah. And all these bands, and including Cradle of Filth, was also there for the first time. That's when it was really seen back in the days, kind of a more like a cool band, rather not commercially or hyped thing. But by no means, I have nothing against the band, but just saying how it was seen later on with the success and all. So when these bands, came to Helsinki, I remember, for instance, I think my first black metal show in Helsinki was when Rotting Christ, Samael, and Moonspell were touring, and they came to Helsinki in fall 1996. We would just go there. We would just pack a car and go there. And same thing with this Emperor 97 and Tuska with Gorgoroth 98. And I remember also Osmos Productions had their own tour with bands like Swordmaster, Enslaved, Dark Tranquility. Um, there was something else also, and they would just go there, and I would go there for Enslaved and Dark Tranquility. You would see bands like Dark Funeral and Cannibal Corpse on the same event. So these 96, 97, 98, 99 kind of stuff, that's where we would go to see these shows in local clubs. And suddenly these guys online, they had a face, and they were real people, not just internet usernames. So all these friendships were kind of a built on that very idea that we were talking online, and then we would meet at gigs. So companionships, friendships, loyalties, all these were built upon these conversations over time. And that would really open my eyes to the whole idea that we have indeed quite a big scene in Finland, but everybody was playing in a small unknown band. Because as everybody knows, like in 97, for instance, Finnish black metal was hardly existing. I mean, a lot of bands had barely like one album out, even if that was the case. And then again, these old timers like Beherit, they had abandoned black metal already, and Archgoat was gone. So basically, of all these old names, one of the existing names that were still active was Impel Nazarene, which I got to see many, many times over the years. But other than that, it was like the first wave of Finnish black metal had already gone after like 95 or whatever, only to come back later on, but that wasn't the case in the 90s. So it was for us, the new generation of Finnish black metal that started in the 93, 94, 95, or whatever. It was basically for us to just kind of conquer and redeem our place in the whole metal scene. And like I said, little we did know that there was a lot of bands, and they were some were more connected, some were more disconnected from the whole scene. But eventually, people going to festivals and people going to individual gigs, they made this camaraderie, if you can call it that, kind of happen. And that's how the bonds were really made, really, with bands like Behex and bands like Satanic Warmaster later on, Horna, Clandestine Blaze, and Oceans, a lot of bands.
Well, with Nightside, you guys do a demo, right? And you guys do the Ad Noctum demo, which is 3 songs,
No,
and that gets released on Northern Heritage.
well, Nat Noctum was more like in hindsight anyway, kind of a teaser of this whole album. So I don't remember how we decided that we should do EP rather than full album right away. But then again, I guess it made a lot of sense that when you do demo, you don't just jump in and do an album. So I got in contact with Mikko Aspa of Northern Heritage and Clandestine Blaze around 98, around 99. Can't really say what was the exact year, but those years roughly, give or take. And then, yeah, we would do Nightside 7-inch. That was Northern Heritage number 2 release. So there was only one release by the label out, and that was Clandestine Blaze debut. So, of course, it was cool because Mikko Aspa has always been a cool and fair guy, and we didn't really know what this Northern Heritage was supposed to be. Of course, nowadays everybody kind of a worldwide knows it for its quality work and kind of a relentless style of black metal and all. But back in the days, it was just a new label run by someone we had acquainted with, and we decided let's go and do it, and that became then the 7-inch Ad Noctum, which were later on used for the album as well. And maybe this is the reason why some people see it as a, or thought it as a compilation, but basically it was just re-released the same songs on the album rather than on the 7-inch.
And that's End
So
of Christianity you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. End of
Album-wise.
Christianity. Sorry. The thing here is, you could really say in a way that yeah, the 7-inch Ad Noctum was in a way a single, but we weren't seeing it as a single. It was just an EP. But we had these unreleased songs, so we decided to go with it for a full album and add the demo tracks as kind of like added value. Because back in the days, all we had was this tape, and tapes were not really a cool thing. It was more like a budget thing. Nowadays, a lot of bands opt for tapes over CDs,
Yeah.
even, which is kind of weird, given that a lot of people don't even have the players. But it has this kind of a collector's value, in my opinion.
Well, you guys were also we talked about Northern Heritage. You guys also with 1999, right? The four-way split with was you guys, Bloodhammer, Pest,
Yeah,
and Blaze, right? That was the four. That was only 100 copies of that.
yeah, that was this kind of a weird cardboard box. I still obviously have my own copy stored, but that was more like a kind of a compilation, which you could, in a way, compare to these CD compilations with labels do. But this was way more fancy, and I think that kind of shows what kind of a visionary thing Mikko Aspa was. Like, instead of doing this compilation of songs on a fucking slipcase CD. He decided to do this kind of a box, and yeah, obviously that's way feels way more important, and also more like a treasure because it is small collector's item rather than just compilation.
Yeah. In '99, you also start Annihilatus, right? So you actually are doing guitar in this band also. So you're doing vocals and guitar. What age did you start playing guitar?
I don't remember because originally I kind of never wanted to be a guitar guy. I just had this basic cheap acoustic guitar from my mother's ex-husband, and I think I just grabbed it when I was moving to the different city as a student, and I just started playing some tunes. Obviously I couldn't do shit, but somehow I made some noise out of it. And then I kind of, what do? You just grab a guitar and start figuring out how you're going to take some sound out of that weird wooden box with strings. And I never played it with passion or with, the kind of idea that I would become a guitarist, which I don't still consider myself these days. But eventually I got this electric guitar, the Jackson, from a friend of mine who would later on, become this Annihilatus other half, and who would later on obviously become more like a this guitar guy who would always buy more guitars and sell them and then buy more guitars. So I guess I just got it from him because it was cheap and I wanted to just jam on my own with a little bit of guitar. And I remember that he told me when we started that I was better with guitar than what he expected. So I don't know how little his expectations were, because obviously I'm not good with guitar, but I made some very very punky riffs out of it, and from that point Annihilatus was born in a way. And which worth mentioning that Taneli, the other guy from Annihilatus, he was for a while part of Nightside as well as a live guitarist. And he was more, what I remember him to be was like a real bass player and guitarist for other bands, Crimson Midwinter back in already in the 90s, which was, by the way, released on Bathory's label Black Mark already in like 1997 or so. So he was already like a real musician and all, but with drums he was just starting. So it kind of worked for me well. I was really clumsy guy with the guitar, but he was clumsy with drums. So we were kind of a both out of our comfort zones. I was just a vocalist guy doing something with guitar, and he was this guitar bass player guy doing something with drums. So it was kind of a learning hand in hand to our new instruments in a way. And from that point, we just made some music, and that turned into, like we joked, the very first black metal demo of the millennium, because we really recorded that demo on the very last day of 1999. So we pretty much were like completing the demo on the New Year's Eve of the millennium. So
And that's
there
Unholy
was that.
Mass Destruction.
Yeah. And that's that's what turned out of our two clumsy pair of hands.
Nice. And you guys only played one show, right? For the first, when the band first was together for the first bracket of time, you guys only did
Yep.
one show in 2001.
Yes, correct. And that was with the drummer from Nightside, because Donnelly, I guess, went the similar way what I wanted it, because I was clumsy with guitar. I would do the vocals only, because that was my comfort zone in a way. And for his comfort zone was with the guitar. So instead of drumming, he went for the guitar. I went for the vocals. And then we had this old friend of mine, Mika, also Sotakone or Machine, on the bass. So he would do bass live, and then we basically just asked the Nightside drummer, Harry, to play the drums for the show, because we were still in Nightside at the moment with Taneli. So that was our four piece doing the first and only Annihilatus show so far, and that was once again one of those university places, kind of old warehouse place for a lot of gigs, which would later on, especially, become the kind of a very important club, or I guess it was already back in the days, the very important place for a lot of underground bands, like where what I see for the first time Inquisition play, or bands like Forgotten Tomb, or the Japanese band Galhammer. So it was this underground kind of a club, which were not meant to be as a club, but more like a warehouse with some sound equipment. So we got to play there, and I don't know really why we didn't do more, but I guess for us, Annihilatus was more like this so-called studio project in a way. And what I've got an impression of Taneli over these decades is that he was never too keen to play live. So he's more like a studio musician in that sense.
Are you a fan of playing live?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I always ask this annoying question from a lot of bands I interview, and I'm on, can't point it at head. Which one would you choose, playing live or doing new tracks and going to the studio? And I know it's an annoying question to a lot of bands, because most people are like both. But it's if you got to choose only one, and I would say I know the answer. So sorry for answering long time, but I wanted to make sure that this is also, in my opinion, kind of an annoying question. But yeah, I'm definitely more a studio guy. I love rehearsing new songs, making lyrics, and making everything fit together. For live, it's like a date. You kind of hate it that you have to go once again on a date with a new person, and you're like, what the fuck this is going to be? Maybe you create some level of nervousness, but at the same time, it's also this very rewarding experience that when you finally fucking nail it and you get your adrenaline kick in, and you see people liking the music and all that stuff, it's very, very rewarding experience. But still, every time I sense that, or sense the know that there's live going on, I'm like, oh man, so much rehearsing for that one show, and a lot of effort and all that stuff put into one set of 45 minutes and all that stuff. So I have to, that's why I give it this kind of a long answer. Yes and no. I do like it when it happens, and everything is going nicely, and you have the energy, and yet you get to be this kind of a weird creature, which is not you in a way. It's not even a role. It's more like a hidden compartment that you find on stage, and then you enter that weird lodge, like Twin Peaks, where
Yeah.
they were talking about this Black Lodge. It's this weird place where you don't really know yourself. It's a very, very different place for me anyway. But once again, it's very rewarding, and of course, you get the good feeling out of it, much like a good workout or whatever. So, yeah, I do like playing live, but there's always this certain level of tension and
Anxiety before it happens, especially when you don't play all the time, I think.
yeah. So in that sense, I would definitely do more, songs and record them and finalize an album. So yeah.
In 2001, you guys, so again, the end of Christianity, we're going back to Nightside really fast. 11 tracks, the first 7 tracks recorded in 1999, right? And then at Pop Studios, that's in your hometown?
Yeah, that was a curious stuff because the guy who runs, I don't know if it's any more active. Uh, he was this guy who lived in the same city in Loima with me, with the demigod guys and all. He was very connected already. And he was, metalhead, but who also liked rock music and pop music. And I guess he wanted to expand his musical knowledge way beyond metal because obviously running a metal studio isn't really a commercial solution in places like Finland. So I guess that's why he named his studio Pop Studio. But he was already this guy I had known from '93, living in the same building as him and getting to know him. Like I didn't need he was a decent guy and had his own history of metal and all. So when he would open this new studio in our home city, it was, I think, for a no-brainer for me to talk to the guys and, hey, I know this guy Mika. He's a solid dude, and he has this studio. He is probably not high on the cost because he this is a very new studio and he hasn't gotten any name for it. So yeah, that's what we went for, and I think he did good job. Nowadays, it would be, of course, way better given his expertise and skill and experience, because nowadays he is actually playing in a mainstream rock and roll band here in Finland, and he's kind of a celebrity here. But back in the days, he was just one of those metal kids who wanted to run his own studio and do rock, pop, whatever in his studio. And since it was very nearby, it was very easy for us to just drive there, do our session, get the recording done, and go back home or whatever.
What band does he play with now in Finland?
Sorry,
What band is he with now?
he's been a band called Happo Radio, which means like acid radio. It's very, very radio friendly pop rock music. I haven't heard their latest track, so I do not know how soft it is these days, but it has always been on the softer side of rock. So I guess rock pop would be very fitting. And because he actually is, I guess, still married to one of the biggest female pop duo singer in Finland, I guess that really put him into the tabloid pages over the years, which made us chuckle because we never left this, black metal or death metal scene in the first place. But suddenly here, his face, you could see like on a piece of, these tabloid magazines. I could really point to a friend, hey, this is the same guy who recorded our album. So yeah, pretty funny.
And the artwork for the album for End of Christianity, that was done by Jason Juta, who was like, I think he's South African artist.
To be honest, I don't know or remember how the whole graphics design project went, because I think there was label handling it in the middle, and the whole graphics idea was we wanted to really put our idea on the cover that we were strongly, still are, strongly against religions, and Christianity, of course, always played a big role how Finland was formed. Even if you go back to history, it was obvious that in Europe all these witch hunts and forced into religion kind of a patterns and stuff happened. So it was very important us for keep as a black metal band this legacy going on, that we wanted to point out we don't tolerate any kind of religion and Christianity is our number one enemy. So we wanted something like that on the cover. So for us, having this, I don't know what the technique is called, but let's call it painting, which is not, but drawing in a way, would then again really tell us what we're talking about. After all, the title is End of Christianity. We wanted to be this torchbearer, which is on the cover in a way, like we would really ready to torch down these buildings of oppression, these buildings of sick religion, which has no other form but to be the kind of a powers that be kind of a thing. In my opinion, there's nothing but symbolic value of oppression and with really fucking fucked up things. I mean, it's not like, hey, we're gonna lead you by example. Christianity was never about that. It was always like, hey, I give you some belief in your in your life. So like somebody dies, you can say, hey, it's this God who did that and blah blah blah. Find comfort and all that stuff. And by the way, give us your money. I mean, we need that money to build more churches and all that stuff so we can do more witch hunts and all that crazy stuff. So it was very, very important for us to, show not just with the name, not just with the lyrics, but also the cover image that we are like, fuck you, Christianity, go fuck yourself, die, get destroyed, get buried, and all that stuff. And that's how it got done. But we obviously really didn't think it back in the days that this kind of a graphic or visual style, what it has on the cover, would get kind of outdated. I mean, nobody, I guess, saw it coming, and that's why you see these horrible covers these days. Be it Iron Maiden for their Dance of Death or Therion for, Theli, and they look horrible these days. And in a way, I think our art is maybe not that bad, but it's still not very
It's
good anymore.
2001 too, and like you're saying, it was a whole different time period back then with
Yeah,
graphics and stuff, and you mentioned the Christianity thing, and, I'm in Eastern Europe, and I see a lot of exactly what you're saying. We're very pagan here. There's a lot of that.
yeah.
The history of Christianity is, yeah, it's definitely understandable. Um, if were you raised in a religious household?
No, what we call here in Finland, we call them tapa kristitty, which is basically like Christianity by habit. So kind of a secular Christianity in a way. I mean, these kind of households probably have their Bibles in the bookshelves, but they don't really read it.
Yeah.
They don't really teach it. So by no means there was no Christian upbringing in my case. So it wasn't so much like because of my divorced parents that were the blame. It was more about, for me, to figure out in the teenage years that what is this bullshit coming from, various parts in the culture. Like I remember actually in elementary school, as a very young kid, that we had to like do religious class. Like basically the class was called religion, but technically it meant Christianity. It's not like you had certain weeks of say Buddhism or Islam or whatever. It's just, you know, to kind of connect the dots. God is good. And then you are supposed to draw lines like that. God is forgiving. God gives you this, God gives you that, or whatever. Jesus is blah, blah, blah. So you're kind of fed up, kind of a brainwashing process happening already with the little kids, but it's very subtle because it's not like, hey, yeah, we kicked really those pagan asses. Yeah, fuck yeah. We killed them. We hunted down the witches. It was never about that. It was these subtle kind of things like, hey, basically Christianity is good because it makes you read, right? So it was this kind of a cultural thing. And when I was in the upper classes of elementary school, I really started questioning it big time. We had, by the way, a nice religion teacher. It's not like I can blame him either, but he was kind of a pointing out how clueless he is because then you start asking these philosophical questions. So if God is omnipotent, can he create so big a fucking rock that he couldn't really lift? And whatever the answer would be, you would either already figure out this is bullshit. If you're like, no, of course he cannot really because he's omnipotent. And then they're like, well, if he's omnipotent, don't you see this philosophical problem right there? And you could really say, okay, if God is so, benevolent creature, why would he give people, leukemia? That's like fucked. Or how come there are so many raped victims in the world if God is all that, omnipotent and really great guy? And what you see with people like, I don't know, man, you should probably just read the fucking Bible. And we're like, hey, this is bullshit. And then we started flipping the pages of the Bible in the very religious classing, like trying to even find out these weird fuck ups, the fallacies, and the problems with the logic and all. And you would just find them more and more and more. And then eventually, like, oh, this is really bullshit. And then when you read more about history, about the witch hunts, or, all these religious things like crusades and whatnot, the angrier you became. So when you combine that level of being angry to a kid who is, how we are, teenage years, we're so much anger in our, upbringing in a way, because we're supposed to grow up from these small innocent kids into, working parts of the whole fucking culture, establishment, and you're supposed to be this working class, shut the fuck up and pay taxes kind of a being. So suddenly you start realizing all these weird fucking things and they get you more angry. And when you have a form of expression or art, music in this case, that's where you start putting those ideas. So it was very, very natural course for me to, you know, just vent it out. And what was funny that before I got to listen to black metal, I was already anti-Christian by my very definition. So it was more like kind of a Christmas present when I would find about these Norwegian and Swedish black metal bands that were thinking exactly like me, and the music was good. But it was kind of weird because, like I said, I was already thinking the very same way. I was just listening to different set of bands. So when I found about them, it was more like, "Hey, this is exactly what I want to do." I'm not. I wasn't
Soundtrack to
interested
your
in,
thoughts.
yeah, I wasn't interested, singing about those role playing topics or Tolkien, which is what a lot of Norwegian and Finnish and Swedish black metal bands did. I mean, after all, we had the bands like Burzum, Tolkien. You had Gorgoroth, Tolkien. You had Summoning, a fucking Tolkien worship. Even early albums like from Horna, it was just fantasy stuff with orcs running about and all these Tolkien stuff. So I realized, okay, these guys want to sing about their geek stuff, and I'm, by the way, very much a geek person myself. So this is not meant as an offense, but it was more like, yeah, but I want to do about something more serious about these lyrics. So obviously, when me and for example, the drummer Harry, we agreed about these things. It was very easy to write down these lyrics. We were like, "Fuck you, Christianity, big time," and that kind of just went hand in hand with the very classic, even if not original, ways of Christianity and black metal. So it was our number one enemy, and in a way, it still is.
And you go 2001. So you guys, Annihilation puts out a 7-inch or 7-song EP, right? 10-inch vinyl. And then you also leave. What was the reason you left Nightside? Did you know you were going to leave like a little bit like the year before, kind of when you first joined Annihilatus?
No, the thing is that Annihilatus was just a typical side project to a major band, or in this case, the number one primary band. So it was more like I said, I wanted to do songs on my own, but they wouldn't really fit Nightside style because Nightside was always melodic, kind of fast tempo, to some level symphonic, even because lots of keyboards and all that stuff. And Annihilators were more like, let's go back to basics. Let's go bands like Yarn, or in a way both, or but black metal, Celtic Frost kind of stuff. So that was supposed to be raw and primitive, and of course the lyrical output was supposed to be a little bit different. I guess that's where the bolt thrower background seeps in through the cracks, because I wanted to have songs about war and stuff, and it's kind of a nihilistic take, really. So if Nightside's lyrical output, from my perspective, was more like attacking the religion and questioning those ideas. Annihilatus was more like questioning just everything, and very much like nihilistic approach. I wouldn't call it even that hateful, maybe more cynical in a way, maybe more misanthropic. Um, so, two different angles from the very same person coming out through these lyrics. And of course, with Annihilatus, the very demo, the very first demo has this song called Winter, where there's a long sample from my favorite movie, Apocalypse Now. And it's all about this craziness of war that has driven me a lot of these years. And I still have this weird connection with war and violence, because, well, that's a very, very lengthy topic, but let me put it this way. These were two different angles. And so when Annihilators started, in a way, evolving, taking bigger steps, where Nightside was more, just stagnating. So in a way, eventually it led me like, why would I need these two bands when there's band which used to be good and all, but is stagnating and nothing is happening, and then we have this other band which is always moving forward because we were just making new songs and there were no gigs or anything like slowing that process down. That made me eventually leave Nightside. But the real reason for me leaving the Nightside and the stagnation was that we had a lot of lineup problems. So after I joined in 1996, the first few years were nice, and we could kind of tolerate that there was this almost like a habit that one guy would leave and then we would get another guy in. We would rehearse the tracks again, and then we would, make new songs, do more gigs and all that stuff. But eventually it would, tear the band down because always when you have a new guy, okay, it takes a while, get back on track. You know how it is. If you lose a guitar player, you have to, someone has to, like, okay, this is how the song goes. If there's this bass guy, same thing, whatever. So we had this one guy leaves, one guy joins, one guy leaves, one guy joins. It's fucking, tiresome after a while. And you start kind of losing your faith in the very process because it's like, what the fuck we're even trying to do here is everybody's like going through this fucking revolving door. So it kind of made me think, okay, we have Annihilatus. That's working at least because it's just two main guys, even though at some point we had like four guys, but still, it was really a thing that was happening. And I've never believed that, people can have multiple main bands. I always call it a little bit bullshit when band people say, yeah, it's not really a side project. I have like 6 projects. I'm like, what the fuck, man? You have a main thing and then you have these side projects. But people are like, oh no, I have 4 main projects. You cannot do that because it doesn't matter how you measure it. You have this 100%, which is the whole sum of things. Take it as like a gallon of water. If you have a gallon of water, you can have multiple bands with gallon of water. You have to share it. It doesn't matter how you share it, but that kind of shows that you're sharing. So you cannot have like 4 times of 100%. You can have like maybe 50% for this band, another 20 for that one, another 20 for that, and the fourth band gets 10. And that's how you define, in my opinion, side projects, because they are not taking as much time as the main band. And if everybody gets that nice share of, say, 25% each, then they're all kind of a, side project in a way, because then you're really giving the democratic way of sharing time and all. So for me, it was more like I cannot do this, 60-40 or 20-80, because in the end, I know that I'm, kind of losing my grasp right there. So then I decided to leave Nightside, and it was Annihilatus basically full time. That was the only band. Now, in hindsight, there are very, very few regrets I have in my life. But in a way, I think I never should have, you know, left Nightside, because what we didn't realize back in the days, we still had that momentum despite these changes with the lineup. I should have been more captain of that ship and say, fuck you, we gotta keep this fucking course, we gotta keep this engine running, and we're gonna fucking survive these lineup changes. But maybe I was too stubborn, and maybe I was too much like, maybe Annihilators was taking just too much of my focus. And yeah, sometimes you do mistakes. Or I don't know if it was a mistake, but we would be in a very different place with Nightside nowadays if we hadn't, you know, if I hadn't left and later on the band would split up. So hard to tell for sure, but yeah.
Well, you guys, like we said, when you guys put out Annihilatus, this is, you guys did the 10-inch vinyl, then you did the Blood of War, which was 2002 on Northern Heritage. Again, the war thing, right? Because you had the Full Metal Jacket. Was that the samples in that?
Yeah, that we decided to include Full Metal Jacket because there are like three most important war movies of all time, which all show a little bit different cynical angle. And in a way, they are very, very much like anti-war movies if you really think about it. And they are Apocalypse Now, obviously. They're Full Metal Jacket, and the third one is Platoon. And if you watch those movies, it's very easy to realize that they are, in a way, very pessimistic about the people's capability to, live in peace. Because no matter what kind of good choices this and that sergeant or this and that captain does, eventually things will go fucked up. So if you are like a platoon leader or whatever, small squad leader, doesn't matter how good place your heart is, no matter how good your moral compass is, there is always someone on the top saying that, okay, we will still do this and that. and that will drive the ordinary GI Joes into the very fucking machine gun fire or step them on the mines or whatever. Meaning, in a way, they are the cannon fodder, you know. So that's where this very pessimistic approach comes from these war movies and in general history of mankind. Like we have always been ready to sacrifice a lot of people we don't know for the sake of better good or whatever it's called. So yeah, those kind of war movies kind of inspired a lot, maybe even more than any other bands. I mean, musical thing is one thing, but when it comes to the whole concept of the band, I think it was mostly those movies and my general understanding for whatever who mankind is or how mankind is thinking, in my opinion.
And we're still seeing examples of that today, as we all know too.
Yes, unfortunately, this is so crazy how the world is now
Yes.
going. And what is important for me to mention is that a lot of people try to put some kind of a political role when I'm like doing Rauta channel or whatever. And I will say always, I'm not a political person. Some people say that everything is political, but I want to make sure that this applies especially to so-called party politics, because of course, there are like conservatives and liberals. There are left wing and right wing, and all these people between. And this cynical approach, this very, very nihilistic approach, means that I'm not choosing sides here. And I'm not really also wanting to lecture about mankind. I'm just pointing out certain things, why they are so fucked. So if I have a political statement, it's pretty much fuck all religions, fuck all this, any kind of oppression. Um, but other than that, there is not like choosing side. It was never about, okay, this is left wing thing, this is right wing thing, this is fucking no wing thing. Really, it's not about choosing parties or in politics. It's more about like pointing out that no matter what kind of party in politics you choose, you're still gonna be eaten by your own dogs. You're gonna be eventually alone unless you have some kind of a loyalty bargain chip. Like, hey, if you keep me alive, I'm gonna sure that your granny lives also. But what about this when this granny dies? And like, hey, you're become worthless piece of shit. So we're gonna sacrifice this pawn. So from my point of view, it's kind of a very, very nihilistic in the very, very core, and that's what kind of shows through the whole thing of Annihilatus. But there was this moment when we were accused of being NSBM band early 2000s. I think because of black and white war imagery, like the one image you see on the 10-inch. It's actually the
Mhm.
Turku Castle during World War II when it's being bombarded. My favorite place in the city, by the way, because it's this medieval castle. But it's kind of like this torn down place with a lot of historical value and all, and it's just like a sad piece of shit right there in the image. And I think some people, because that's when NSBM was kind of rising on the very early years of the new millennium, and some people were kind of accusing us of being somehow NSBM band while there was nothing on the lyrics. So we put it. I think it was on the debut album when we made this comment that this is not NSBM, like fuck you, kind of a statement. Very blunt, very very simple to just make our point. So there is nothing like you can interpret it in different ways. And it wasn't like pro left wing comment. It was more like fuck you with your assumptions kind of a thing. So it wasn't so much about choosing sides, but pointing out that we are not on anybody's side with this.
And with your channel too, I was gonna ask you this later on, but I'll ask you now because we're talking about the subject now. A lot of bands, like me and Ed talk about this. A lot of bands get accused for this. We know the whole bands getting their shows canceled in the states.
Yep.
We've had last festivals getting moved last year, till this year because of like Antifa and all this shit. Um, they always go after these bands, and I'm not. There is definitely some that are definitely, definitely
Yeah.
lean that way, and you could totally feel it, and but like me and Ed were talking. I don't want to mention any names really in particular, I guess, but me and Ed were talking about some bands that we know that use the imagery. They they're the war stuff because that's what they're about. They're about total, you'll hear it a lot. I'm sure you've heard it too, Jerry.
Yes.
Like we're about evil. And what's the most evil shit you can get is some of this history stuff that we've seen. I mean, where I live actually, you can see from my front yard an old concentration camp here called Fourth Nine, but they still left up. Our history is all over this place still. So we see it.
Yeah.
There was a period of time, Ed, what was like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, where they were going after everything, going after every band, just, it's crazy. Um, do you think that, is it something that, do you think it's just out of hand? Like a lot of these bands, not all of them. Like I said, there's definitely the ones, but some bands are getting lumped into this just because they have historic stuff on their album covers, or like you said, the black and white artwork back from the wars and stuff like that. How much of a problem do you think this is now, especially when you're doing the interviews? And, I know you've dealt with bands that a couple of them have been canceled in the States too. You mentioned Horna. I know they got some shows canceled.
Yeah.
They got fucked
Yeah.
with in the States. What's your thought on the whole, like, witch hunt kind of? I mean, like I said, there's definitely those who are this, I got
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, but
Yeah, there are these real culprits, and I always find it very ironic that the real culprits, they're not even trying to hide it. It's not like uh, you are trying to hide your true agenda when it is your true agenda. I mean, it's very obvious that the bands that want to be, say, openly super patriotic, super national socialistic, who want to be, very openly racist and all that stuff. It's not like they're hiding it. They're in plain sight. Like, hey, we hate these and that. We hate immigrants. We hate these religions. We hate Muslims. We Jewish people. Whatever. They are openly right there saying all that stuff. And while I don't definitely agree with any of that stuff what they are saying, I mean, at least I gotta give that respect that they're openly admitting that they're exactly that. I wish that kind of integrity from politicians, by the way, then I probably wouldn't be so pessimistic about it, about, with the white lies and all. But the funny thing is, it's not like those are the only bands that these canceling people are after. So it's more so that they're after these bands that they think are like the ones mentioned. And like, for example, Horna is a good example. I recently, when I went through the whole Horna retrospective on my channel, I read almost all the lyrics I could find, because that's the whole idea of retrospective videos for me. Listen to all the releases, at least read all the album lyrics, go through the cover images. Uh, then, if I have some personal experience, like I have with a lot of those that particular band, because known those most of the guys from the band's different eras more or less personally. So it wasn't like I was searching for proof, or I was investigating, because I already know they are not an NSBM band. But this kind of even more kind of proved to me once again that I already knew what was going to be. There are no lyrics on with Horn albums that kind of give you the idea that they might be some kind of a nationalistic band, that they might be a racist band, or they might be anti-immigration band, or whatever the cause is. And the only reasons I get people are getting these ideas of Horna is, like some people pointed out, some translation errors, because Horna's lyrics are in Finnish, and a lot of translation tools don't really work that well with Finnish because it's kind of obscure language still. But I don't think that's the real reason either. I think there is this one reason, is that once upon a time their vocalist was kind of a siding with Peste Noir for one gig, and that was more about solidarity, because that's when Peste Noir was cancelled. I think was it in Norway, and Horna pretty much said, "Okay, we're gonna cancel our show as well then, because we don't take this cancel bullshit lightly." So obviously that thing kind of backfired, and probably nobody had idea how much this would cause waves, considering it was just one band getting canceled and so forth. And another thing is what one pointed out, that they're signed to a label which has connections. Now, this connections thing is always funny, because if people start tracking who might know who is related to this and that, who has worked in this and that workplace, who has studied in this and that university or whatever, it's a fucking infinite road. You can never stop going that road. And even if you start doing that, you will eventually find, oh fuck, actually I'm the culprit because I know these people. So what are you gonna do? Suicide. It's so freaking crazy. And to me, it's mostly about virtue signaling. These people who want to cancel these bands know that they can attack these bands because they know they cannot really fight back. First of all, legal wise, it's like nobody has the money to fight like that. Unless, of course, you're fucking Amazon or Apple or whatever. Then you can march your legal army after these individuals making the statements and all that stuff and get their asses canned. But obviously, that's not the case with, extreme metal bands. Even if bigger bands, say, that the size of Metallica's Iron Maidens would get that, they would probably not bother wasting their money of their super expensive lawyers to get just one stupid person, paid for whatever he or she might have written or said online. So it's like a wasted case. But the difference between bigger bands, say these super big bands in terms of, and metal, like Iron Maidens and the Judas Priest and the Metallicas, it doesn't matter what you say about them. It doesn't matter even if you would like, hey, James Hetfield has this huge amount of Adolf Hitler's items. They're too big to fall. They're just like, okay, hey, they probably love history. I mean, everybody knows that
Lemmy
Lemmy
was a
of
collector.
Motorhead. Lemmy of Motorhead was a collector, avid collector of, war memorabilia. He would openly wear some of the fucking Iron Crosses and shit like that. And people would be, yeah, but it's Lemmy. He's the rock and roll motherfucking god. And true at it, but I mean, you cannot really target the guy for like, hey, he wears this fucking suit, man, and these trinkets and shit. Let's get him canceled. You cannot do that. So they go for these smaller bands, which are basically small enough to be bullied. In essence, it's exactly the same that happens at schoolyards. You pick the guys who you can, start bullying. You can start pushing and shoving them. And, when you have the numbers, in a way, this is more a metaphor than real numbers, they cannot fight you back. Because what they can do, go to the teacher and say, hey, these guys are bullying me. And the teacher would be saying, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go to the math class. Now, my point here is a lot of these virtue signaling people are anonymous. So even if you could track them to a certain degree back, what you can do, you cannot really, put their backs on against the wall and say like, I'm gonna fucking, smack your ass or whatever. So they're kind of like they play this game that I can fucking do these weird stunts. I can harass your websites or whatever, and you cannot get back to me. So and then they can do these fucking blackmail attempts, like call a venue, like, hey, if these bands are gonna show up and if they're gonna play, we're gonna plant a bomb in your fucking mailbox, or I don't know, torture your dog to death, whatever crazy shit. And a lot of people who are like, okay, I don't want to have that kind of trouble in at my venue. I don't want my dog to get threatened or whatever. So it's easier to just cancel the whole fucking event and just not being canceled as a club. And a lot of these clubs, obviously, they're not making big bucks. They're not the fucking Starbucks. So they are probably for a reason afraid that they might get more shit if they let one band play, because then there will be another band and another band and another band. And if they get always bombarded by these individual anonymous people who can make these weird fucking threats, I mean, it makes sense they are going to back down. And of course, in America, and by no means I don't want to blame America for a lot of things, but I mean, after all, it's this one fucking country where like people like the Pantera guy got shot just because he decided to leave the band. So I mean, I get it in a country where guns and violence is more maybe more serious than a lot of say European countries. Maybe those kind of threats are not to be taken lightly. Like, for example, in Finland, some people have tried to do these kind of threats the same way as in America, where some of these tours got canceled. But these threats don't really work that well. First of all, a lot of clubs are like, yeah, blah, 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 or they just don't answer. Secondly, there isn't this level of, violence is not real. So that might be the thing. And of course, the amount of population is very, very different. But in my opinion, a lot of what these anonymous bullies are doing, they are more so, wounding the underground movement, not just the bands they are targeting, but as the whole scene in a big picture. And this is what I think they don't even realize. So when you start canceling certain, say, black metal bands, you might see problematic or toxic or whatever, that might also damage the nearby genres like death metal or thrash metal, because in the big picture, the fucking normal people who see metal in the begin with as a problematic music, already back in the 80s, we remember the Twisted Sisters and the Wasps and all that stuff. And then there was this, what you have, parental rights movement,
Oh,
whatever.
PMRC and
Yeah,
Judas
exactly.
Priest suicide.
Precisely. So that led already, back to fucking gluing those stickers on those tapes and CDs and whatever. And, they don't make a difference if you play in, say, anti-Islamic black metal band, or you just play melodic death metal, sing about booze and chicks. They don't give a fuck. To their ears, it's the same outfits, the same kind of noise. They don't want to bring it into your neighborhood. And if we go even farther and they get to under the nose of, say, conservative Christian people, they will definitely say it's all the same bullshit. So, in a way, these people who probably have, the kind of they want to be more liberal and say like, hey, we're gonna separate just the toxic art from the whole thing, and everybody will be in a happier place, except that they're causing harm to the whole fucking underground scene. So it's more like, doing a surgery to a vital set of organs when you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So they're just, causing a lot of damage to the whole system, and bullying these smaller bands which are not really a threat to anybody. Nothing is going to change. So
Exactly. Just
even if
don't
you,
go to the fucking show. I mean, no one's gonna,
yeah,
I mean, the kids
I
that are
mean,
there are going there because they want to see the show. They're gonna go home afterwards. I mean, like you said, some of these bands too, it's like you don't even know what you're just kind of making acquisitions at them. I mean,
yeah, and besides, so if you cancel bands like Horna from touring USA, will world be a better place? Not fucking one bit. So if you want to tackle the same problems that they're accusing of these bands, how about getting into politics? How about actually, challenging these religions who are still stoning people to death, or allowing child marriages, throwing acid into the wives' faces and all that shit, or abusing kids, pedophilia, fucking reeks. They're real problems. But no, let's target a local black metal band with 500 worldwide followers, because that will make a fucking change. So it's so fucking ironic. They're not doing anything about real problems. So that's why I call them virtue signaling people. And it's not like they even come to your face on like real life. I mean, I get these accusations as well that, okay, I'm defending these problematic bands when I'm not. And nobody comes to my face like, Jerry, I want to fucking challenge to a fucking duel to death because you're, interviewing all these crazy bands. No, nobody does that, because it's just safer to be this keyboard warrior. Just make those anonymous threats, really, and that's about it.
that's what they
So
do.
it's fucking stupid that they, attack these people. And but people don't really know that for a European band these days to even tour in the United States, it's fucking expensive to begin with. So when they are kind of giving this idea that you don't want to go to United States as a Finnish or European band, like I said, it's going to cause a lot of other bands consider too. Like, why would we go there, risk a lot of holidays, or investing our money on it if we're going to get canceled anyway? So it's just like, okay, let's just play elsewhere. Like, that's what's happening, and it's a shame, because, in my opinion, this is a game that everybody loses except those conservative religious parties who didn't want these extreme metal bands in the country in the first place.
I agree. Um, and yeah, so I was wondering that with your channel. I was going to ask you that in a few minutes, but I figured since we were talking about that, I bring it up now.
Yeah, yeah.
With your band wise, before we move to your channel, I do what? So 2003, you guys do a 6-way split on Northern Heritage, just annihilate us. Then you guys, 2003, you guys call it quits, right? Just, but it wasn't
Well,
on purpose. No, it just kind of happened.
it kind of happened. I don't really remember how we ended up getting kind of a like how to say um, how we are like losing this interest in playing together. I do remember we had some disagreements, some minor one about this and that, nothing major. But I think there was this time when me and Donnelly of Annihilatus, we really didn't feel like playing together. And because I started doing music reviews and all around 2001, 2002, I think I was putting a lot of my time also in that. And so when I had that stuff going on, and there was these minor things happening with the bands, or maybe there wasn't enough, really happening, I think it's just kind of a faded. So we never decided to call it quits. We never decided to, okay, let's just stop the band, let's kill it and move on. It just faded away, and then Donnelly had his own project called AN, which basically released like maybe demo or two. Uh, I think he kind of mentally wanted to go on with Annihilatus, but it was also a little bit different because now he was doing the songs and I wasn't part of it. But he had the same vocalist as we had at some point with Annihilatus, so there's this connection. But yeah, for a while it was, for me anyway, that there was no active bands at all. No Nightside, no Annihilators. And it was still, in a way, totally in a happy place, because I was already becoming this known review guy in Finland. I was very, very much writing reviews all the time, doing some interviews. At some point, there were like four different media I was, doing reviews for. This Finnish site imperiumi.net, for which I have written something like, I don't know, 6,000 reviews by now, maybe 7,000 by now. Um, then there was this Finnish magazine Inferno, which I started writing for around 2003. Then that's and around this time I had this weblog called Inquisition, which I wanted to be, in English because these other outlets were in Finnish. And then I also promised to help this Norwegian zine called Imhotep. And then I realized writing for four different places was just too much. But I had this kind of a maybe more of an obsession than passion. Like when I'm like doing stuff for music, it's gonna be, a lot. It's gonna be this 100%. So maybe I didn't even, in that sense, maybe I didn't even miss a band because suddenly I was writing about these other bands, and that was kind of like my musical outlet in a way, which sounds weird because obviously playing in a band or taking photos of a band or writing about the band is not exactly the same idea, but in a way it was filling the same fucking gap. It was basically serving the same purpose. Give something to the music scene. You've gotten so much from years and years. So yeah, I guess that's just put us in a separate tracks in a way. So Donnelly went on with his things, and I kept doing those reviews and whatever. And so then there was no band activity for a lot of years.
Well, 2016, you guys got. I think there was was there a three-way split too on Northern Heritage, right? That came out when you guys were split up, the Christian genocide split in
Yeah, but that's an
2013.
old release. It's a kind of curious that it took so many years to come out because that was recorded, if I remember correctly, around 2003, just before we kind of faded away or split. But I would prefer calling it just fading away because, like I said, we never call it quits like that. So Bloodhammer guys and Mustasurma guys were like old pals, and while not exactly the same kind of genre, I think at least Bloodhammer and Annihilators were like quite similar in certain ways. So this was recorded as a collaboration. Like all the bands did their own songs, and then there was this one song which was done in collaboration. And these ideas, I've always been a big fan of all these, collaboration, guest vocalists, guest session musicians, and all that stuff. That goes kind of back to my formative years in music. I mean, I love when I was browsing all those thanks lists. Hey, this guy who played in fucking Death also played some guitar solo on this and
We
that
always
album.
talk about that. Or you see the T-shirts and you go find the band on the T-shirt
Yeah,
thanks list or the band
yeah,
photos.
yeah. So those were all like really, really cool stuff, and in a way, I wanted to have that moment for our own band as well. That we would not just do a split, but a song that was kind of a mutually created, and so we did. But indeed, that for some reason never came out until like 2016, whatever for reason. I don't you really know what's the reason, because I know that the songs were made so many years ago. So I think it was kind of it ended up in a limbo from the label side, I think. So it was more like a coincidence to come out when we were like coming back together in 2016, but it really could have come out say 2004, 2005. Then it would have been just weird timing, considering that Annihilatus was already you know kind of a faded away by that time. But yeah, 2016, I think it started with a phone call or something, and I was talking to Taneli that, hey, maybe we should just create something for a while. And we hadn't been talking for years at some point, but then we met somewhere, my house or whatever, and somehow suddenly 2016, there we are, creating new music. And the first new songs, even though I hadn't basically touched guitar for so many years, suddenly they were automatically like this boost of creativity, kind of just, I don't know, appeared out of thin air. And suddenly we made very, very quickly the first few songs. And that's why the comeback album, so to say, uh, came to be very, very quickly.
Death from Above, right? And you also added a bass player. That was his first time. Flag, right? He actually put out a record in
Yeah.
2020.
Now the thing here is, Flag or Aro, he's a very good friend of mine since whatever it was, 2005 or so, when we met at some festival. And he told me he likes my writing work. When I was reviewing already the albums for a few years, uh, it's kind of, in hindsight, it feels so fucking weird that already those years there were people who were like fans of me doing those reviews and stuff, which is very similar than these days with Rauta. But now, instead of reading it on fucking Finnish website, it happens on YouTube. But anyway, so we became friends, and we noticed that we like same kind of bands, and we had same kind of humor, and blah blah blah. Became real good friends. And I don't remember how the idea was originally to bring him to the Annihilators fold, but it was something like I was telling to Taneli that it would be nicer to jam if we were there more than just two of us. Because for me, creating songs for Annihilators, they are never made here at home. They're always done at the rehearsal room, because I'm the kind of I guess, old school guy in that sense, that when I go to a rehearsal place, it's all about jamming. It's somebody picks a guitar, somebody picks up keyboards, drums, whatever, and then we just start playing. And some of those ideas which have been going on inside of your head, somehow they become something more real than just an idea of a riff or melody or whatever it is. And that's how the songs became to be. And then I figured out it would be cool if we had a real bass player, so we would be trio instead of duo. And then he was added to the fold, and that's how we recorded with the second album.
The album artwork, that was a propaganda poster, right? Our old German propaganda one from
Yeah,
back in the day.
and that was already taken early 2000s. I think the same session when we did Blood and War cover, we had these propaganda books from a local library, which had a lot of pages about Second World War art. There are lots of fucking crazy posters, like, think of a Christmas tree in the shape of a swastika. So either side, it would go for, German propaganda or British propaganda, all these kind of like someone is always listening what you say, like kind of like, don't give any information to the enemy and all that stuff. Very, very 1940s kind of stuff. So we were browsing through the books and we took some of the photos, and most of them obviously didn't get used. And I think, for example, that Blood and War cover, which has this kind of a very primitive skull, is actually some kind of a, I'm not 100% sure if I remember correctly, but I think it was like a mine warning, like some kind of a wooden plaque or whatever, saying like, stay away from the mines or whatever. But we obviously removed the text from it. And this poster that we used for uh Death from Above album was similar, finding in the book, that had this kind of a, like, enemies coming from above. And if you figure it out, it's a really strong imagery, like having this death riding this airplane with a bomb in his hand, and like, here it comes, the death from the up, death from above. But it's actually two meaning to the whole thing. Actually, it's not just about the helicopters and drones these days, or airplanes dropping bombs. It's actually a reference to the god above, in a way. So even if you believe or not, at least some people, or maybe your enemy, will believe that god or gods live above us, and they will strike you down with lightning and shit. So it doesn't matter if it's atom bomb or an airplane or drone or this god creature. It was related to that, but the poster was obviously World War II propaganda poster.
And you guys put that out, and then Nightside 2021, you guys reform after like 20 years. You guys put out the Lions demo. You also play. So you guys, what, 2022 in your hometown? You guys play a festival on February 25th, 2022. What do you remember about that festival? Which that was a hometown thing.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when we kind of started thinking about bringing Nightside together, that was years and years before. Uh, Originally, the drummer had the idea a few years prior, like, we should do a comeback gig, but nothing would happen. And around when we were active with, Nightside, and indeed, Taneli had been part of it. So we contacted Harry, the Nightside founder, the drummer, like, hey, what do you think about it? Should we do this kind of a comeback thing now that we're kind of like three of us are active again? And from that point, things started moving quite quickly, meaning that, okay, we had these three ex Nightside guys coming back, and everybody felt like we could be fucking, playing songs. But then we were like, okay, we don't have a bass player. We need that. Uh, we need another guitar player. And, you know, some ex members said that, no, I don't want to do that anymore. That plane has gone, or that train is done. And some people already had moved to a different city, so we kind of crossed over their names, like, okay, let's forget about it. But we've quickly found, a couple of guys we've known for some time, some more, longer than others. And when we got recruited, it was quickly, getting the rehearsal room rented, and we decided that if this is gonna be a good one, the gig, because obviously we were talking to our old friend who is the boss of Metalli Helvetti, who then again runs these Turku Saatanala events or festival. And he told, okay, we will pay you this and this much if you do the comeback show with no conditions. It's not like, if you do this you cannot do another one, anything, no, this kind of bullshit. More like, hey, if you want to play this show, we want to have you. And it was, of course, easy because it's our home city, a venue that we've been seeing gigs for decades, and also with people we can trust them and all that stuff. And then we were kind of like, okay, if we enjoy this show, why not just stop there? Because putting the whole lineup back again just for one show feels kind of like waste of time and energy if we have the mood for more. So we already figured out that if we're going to do this, let's keep our minds, open and ready for next possibilities. Like, what if we have more shows? What if we enjoyed this band so much that we want to do new songs? So it was already right there from the get go that we have this option. And if not, we can call it quits again, and that's it. So yeah, everybody was enjoying clearly this comeback lineup in a way. Of course, there was a little bit nervousness around like, can we do it? But then again, we didn't feel like there is no any kind of anticipation. There is no exception, expectations what we're gonna do. So for us, it was more like, okay, let's just play it live and let's do it. And you know, essentially, it went really easy in a way that once we figure it out, we know the songs and we can pull it off and all that stuff. Let's get something on stage. Like we got these robes, and I don't know. There was nervousness, but a lot of good this adrenaline rush also after the show. Like everybody was like, "Fuck!" It felt so good, especially our I think bass player Kalle. Uh, Warlord, and he was like super fucking like, yeah, this is like the best shit. Why I ever stopped playing, because he had another band, prior to Nightside where he played, but that was long time gone. So yeah, everybody felt like confident, like we should totally do it, and do more songs and prepare for more shows. But then Donnelly decided after a while that nope, it's once again not his thing. So the lineup was about to change once more. And then we got a new guitarist, which was also the ex bandmate with Kalle, another guy I know. He's a very, very solid, great dude, and all that stuff. But the problem was that he wasn't really into playing guitar anymore. He had moved to drums so many years ago. So we had to do a little bit good cop, bad cop convincing, like, you should really join us. Why? Because we lost the guitarist, and we want to do more shows, we want to do more songs. But I don't even play drums. You will. I mean, I don't even play guitar. I just play drums, and you will learn. So we're doing this kind of a like. Kalle was more the good guy, and I was more the pushing guy. So we convinced Antti to join us, and yeah, that once again was a great addition to the lineup, and that's why I think we have the best lineup ever with Nightside, because it's just the most stable one.
Yeah, and you guys put out in 2024. You guys put out the "Death from the North" album, and on "Purity Through Fire" out of Germany, 8
Yep.
tracks. You guys did that, and you do that, and you guys are so basically like right now at this point. Is are both bands still active, and what's the current? Are you guys writing new material, or what is the activities going on with the two bands?
Now the hilarious thing with Annihilatus is that this third album, which is pretty much ready, that was written in around 2018, 2019. But I think it was partially because the so-called COVID pandemic. And I'm not saying it wasn't real. So when I say so-called, I mean it wasn't really a real excuse maybe for us to stop playing, because obviously it didn't stop people from meeting one another, even if festivals and bigger events were canceled because of that. But somehow I think it affected us on mental levels. So Annihilate is pretty much stopped working at that point in 2020 or so. So while we had this album pretty much all written and done, and for most parts even recorded, nothing really happened for years. And I thought it's not even gonna happen. But last fall, I talked with Taneli that what's the status with the album, like if we're not gonna even finish the whole album after like being 5 years in the making and being about 95% ready, like just missing vocals for one song or two. Like, can I cannibalize some of the songs, because it's after all the riffs I've made. Like, if there's some ideas I could use for a night side, maybe I should, instead of just keeping the album in limbo. but then something maybe triggered in his head, and he started, you know, fixing the sound again, and we even recorded some vocals for the missing parts early 2025. So yeah, that kind of a moved on, but there was indeed about 5 years gap when Annihilatus was in a dormant state. But meanwhile, Nightside was all the way active, and indeed, after a couple of shows, we figured out we want to do some new songs. So we recorded this Lions demo. It wasn't supposed to be released as such. It was just, the old school demo meant for the labels to show that what Nightside is in year 2022, 2023.
And one of the songs is from the 90s too, right? From the band?
Yeah, there's one song. Do you know which one, by the way?
Do not know. No.
Yeah,
You
it's
want to
the
share it? You want to share it with us?
Yeah, because I was asking some of my friends when they heard the demo, like okay, they said like this sounds so much like 90s. I'm like, yeah, there's actually one song from 1987 or 1998 which was not used, and it's the Gates of Hell song.
Oh.
But the real thing is that
We opened
for
up the show with that actually. So anybody who
cool. The thing is that the other two songs on the demo is written by the newer members of the lineup. So, and people still couldn't figure out which one is the old one. So I guess like, okay, maybe that shows we're on the track. If you can't tell the difference between the 90s song and the two newer ones, maybe they are actually fitting with one another well. And yeah, we decided to pick three songs to record to a demo, and that was indeed just to connect the labels, what this band is all about, how we sound these days. Like, don't make empty promises based on nothing. You have to hear the music, you have to understand what's going on, and what is the style with the new lineup and all. But the label liked the demo so much, like he was telling us like, hey, we need to put this out, because I mean, why not? The production is solid and the songwriting is good. He was really into it. So like, okay, let's do it. So small print of those Lion CDs were printed out, and later on, a smaller Finnish label wanted to also release it on tape. So we're like, yeah, let's do it, because our label Purity didn't want to do tapes, which I totally get, kind of obsolete format in so many ways. So the smaller label Korpituli Productions from the northern part of Finland was like, hey, I will do it on tape. So let's do it. And also we released a 1997 demo tape, kind of on tape as well. So like, yeah, let's do it. And then we started, recording the album in early 2024. Basically, the songs were already done, so it was more like just the finishing touches and all. And yes, early 2024, it was done, and very, very quickly with the German efficiency, it was also got out in May. So it was things were happening very quickly. After all, we got this engine going on, but this is just kind of a coincidence that what seems that Annihilatus and Nightside were happening at the same time, where indeed the Annihilated stuff was like 2018, 2019, and Nightside's material was more about 2022, 2023. So there is a little bit difference in that sense. And as we speak, we already did a few songs with Nightside in late 24, which we have been rehearsing now, and thinking of making a new demo once again to show what we have. So we have this kind of old school mentality that you demo certain ideas first, and let's not just, base our, ideas on what was going on with the previous stuff.
makes total sense. And then, obviously where we're going to go now is your YouTube channel. So, when do you first, which I got to say, like I told you when you first came on the show, man, it's one of the shows I do watch actually.
Thank you.
It's one of the interview shows I watch that is, like I said, killer show. When do you decide to start doing this? Like, because I did. So first of all, I'll tell Ed this. I don't know if Ed knows this. So I was looking at this. So it's founded in May of 2017, 4 million views in 2024. 20,000 subscribers in November of 2024, over 3,000 videos. So when do you start doing this? I mean, at first, I'm sure at first it doesn't start out like this, but it's a pretty damn successful channel, at least from the outside looking in. So when do you decide, hey, I'm going to do this channel? And for whoever doesn't know, the name is basically iron in Finnish, right?
Yeah, correct. The reasoning with the name is Rauta is that I figured out there's so many different sites, different zines, different blogs, podcasts, whatever, with some kind of a metal this and that, metal crypt, metal threat, metal this and that. And while there's nothing wrong with those names, I mean, lots of great names. I figured out in terms of Googling and all that stuff, it would be better if it was a short word, which would still have a meaning, but wouldn't be the next metal zone or whatever. So decided to give it a Finnish name, and the joke kind of comes that because I do powerlifting, and as in America as well, pumping iron, so when you move objects made of metal, you are pumping iron essentially.
You
So
also
we
trained in Kung Fu, didn't you, for 8 years?
yeah, I did a lot of kung fu back in the days, and then Brazilian jiu-jitsu and submission wrestling, and later on more reality-based self-defense. Very correct. But I didn't want to take any of uh, those martial art disciplines into the name. It was more like, okay, so because this is pumping iron, and that is, we also say in Finland, let's go lift iron. So instead of pumping iron, it's lifting iron, but basically it's the same thing. So Anvil from Canada had this song "Metal on Metal." So we figured out, or I figured out, that it would be a kind of a nice nod towards the 1980s kind of stuff. And because I do powerlifting, which is moving iron, and iron is metal, well, there you get it. So it's kind of a nerdy name in that sense, but also something that is very easy to Google, and it's only 5 letters, and it's not to be easily confused with these other websites or blogs with metal something something. So that was like, okay, let's choose that. And when I say let's choose, meaning that in 2016 there was this internet movie, not movie, but internet television channel in Finland called Moon TV, still somewhat active. And these are some people I've got to know through my day job, and they all made it all very very goofy content for their channel, but it was more like a channel rather than YouTube stuff. So because I knew these people and knew that they could handle their cameras and mics, so originally Rauta's very first version was under Moon TV. It was like a metal segment in their own channel. So,
Like
for
public
example,
access. Like in the States, we have public access where you see on these late at night, you'll see these metal shows and stuff, something like that.
kinda, yeah. So, when there were, for example, bands like Melekesh and Nile touring in Finland in 2016, Easter time, by the way, this is worth mentioning. So, I was figuring out, let's do some interviews with them. And already at the previous Turku Saatanalla, which always takes place in late February, early March, let's do some video content right there. So as a Mundi, we was kind of an established name here in Finland. And I had this camera girl from that. And I was already known for my work with the written content. So it wasn't like total newcomers, but we had this Moon TV name on one hand, and then again my journalistic hobby as the other thing. So it was easy to get contacted, and of course, being in a band's kind of help in the sense that the name is known and all. So we did a few interviews with Moon TV in 2016. And now worth mentioning is that Easter time. Niall and Melekesh both did interviews with me, which was nice. But it was even nicer that we have this Easter dish, like a dessert called mammi, which is a very weird, kind of a sweet stuff, but looks like dog's diarrhea. It's made of malt, so it looks like basically like you would take dark beer like Guinness, but mash it into like something that looks like mashed potatoes, but very very dark brown. So looks like shit, to be honest. But it's a traditional Easter cuisine here, what people, especially the older generations, eat. And I would take that to Melekesh, main man. Like, would you have eat something for the interview as like the ending thing after the initial conversation, and he would taste it and like horrible. So we had this kind of a goofy take to this particular interview. Nile guys, they would get some Finnish candies, these salted liquors, but they wouldn't taste it. So that goofy ending idea wouldn't work with them. But it was like fine, okay. At least we tried something, and I think that kind of a prototype with the Moon TV interviews and all gave us idea that what if we didn't do this under Moon TV, but create a own channel for it, but with the same people basically. So there was this one guy who was running Moon TV as the boss producer, and then this uh, camera gal and me. I would be the host and all. And like, okay, let's do it. So we were three people, and then we started Rauta from zero the next year basically. And the first thing in 2017 when it was made, was launched, it was us going to Steelfest, and I was already, in contact with the people running the festival and all that stuff. So we did the first interviews right there, and that's where basically where the first Rauta content was made, and it was pretty much going on from the same idea as Moon TV. Now, quick fast forward a year or two later, and that's when Jarkko, the Moon TV boss, decided, okay, because he's not metalhead, he was like, okay, maybe this idea isn't for him. So we agreed that I would continue on my own with the people I could, get do those interviews with me, and the rest of the stuff I would do just by myself at home as the way I please. So that's basically when Rauta became more of a my project rather than our project. So for first couple of years it was basically three of us plus some random outside help here and there, but mostly three of us. And 2019 or so, just with no idea that the COVID would be coming and happening and changing things drastically, I was there. Okay, like, okay, how we gonna do this, and what we're gonna do with the whole channel idea. It was barely, barely existing with some maybe one or 2,000 subscribers. I don't know. And and then I recruited an old photographer friend of mine, Arto, who is, by the way, the official Arts Code photographer, because
Oh,
being
okay.
their childhood friends from the same city, same age, and also became our photographer for Nightside as well. So, an old photographer guy, I asked, like, could you do video as well? Because you can handle camera, you understand how camera works, you understand the visual side of things, the lighting, and blah blah blah. And he was like, okay, sure, let's give it a go. And this was actually 2018, I think, that he did the first interviews with me, and there was some, basic mistakes with the very first things. Like, some people still remember that first Arch Code interview we did, and there was no this, what do you call it, this piece of fur which is shielding from the wind
Oh yeah.
blowing, the wind, whatever it's called, wind hat,
I
no,
know what you're talking about. Yeah, that kind of
yeah,
blocks the.
so kind of windshield anyway. So so when that was, forgotten, and there was this really windy place where we're doing, sometimes you cannot just hear what the guys are saying, that is Archcode dude and me. So we had this basic, random flaws, problems initially, but then it started going on, and you know getting those important bands like Satanic Warmaster or Archcode to be interviewed, along with the bands that we already like did with 2017, like Carpathian Forest, Enthroned, stuff like that, helped to create that. Okay, maybe this channel is worth something, in the sense of maybe we should also do the interviews with there. But then COVID came pretty much, and suddenly there were no events. Suddenly there were no gigs to do any interviews, and for a while it was, what the fuck we gonna do? Because when there are no gigs, and I preferred method was to do face to face, and suddenly we are not gonna have that because of COVID and the lockdowns and all that stuff. And that's when we started doing these um, Zoom interviews, much like this one, but shared screens and all that stuff. And that lasted for a while until it was okay to do gigs and festivals again. And slowly the channel has been growing. Some people are like, oh, it's big and all that stuff. And I feel like 20,000, it's not much. So I guess it's a matter of perspective. It's not like I even dreamed of, Rauta growing big, because numbers are meaningless in that sense. And while some people might say it feels like preposterous to say that, but I'm saying the very same, against the same background as, playing music. You don't do it for the numbers. You don't do it for the success. You don't do it for the money. You do it because it's your calling. It's something you enjoy, much like making music. So for me, Rauda is much like having a band, more of a solo project, technically speaking, because most of the videos I do at home alone, and it's not involving other people. So maybe 99% of the content is something I do on my own. But when we do those interviews, it's crucial to me that I'm not doing them alone. I want a real cameraman because it just looks better. It's more professional. And for me, those interviews are the steak and potatoes, and the normal daily reviews and other opinion videos. They're more like the boring vegetables that everybody's supposed to eat, stay healthy and all, but they're not the main subject, main content. But that's pretty much how it goes. And of course, it's nice that it's been growing, and of course the growth itself has helped Rauta in so many ways. So obviously I'm super thankful for every subscriber. So when I say the numbers don't matter, that's true, but that also is saying the people who are making the numbers, they do matter, because the people are what this content is for. Because obviously it makes no sense for me to talk about albums to myself. That's fucking stupid. And making interviews, I'm already getting my thing out of it when I'm getting the chance to talk to these artists.
That's how we look at it here. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, but it's for the audience. It's not. I always say it's not for the bands. I mean, for their, it's of course promotion, but it's not about the bands and it's not about me. It's for the audience. And when they get to learn something about maybe their favorite artists, or maybe even some strange artists they have never heard of, that's when, the thing is done, really.
and
And
that's one thing about your show I gotta say, man, is like I've watched a lot of stuff, I'm and the one thing about your interviews is they're I say I want educational based. Like you watch them and you're learning stuff. There's not like you see a lot of interviews these days. Like I know on this show, especially, we don't like to really, nothing against publicists, but we try to like book the artist ourselves. We try to go through the bands ourselves because publicist is like, hey, you got 10 minutes with this guy, talk
yeah,
about the new record, and then get the fuck out of here. We don't want to do that. We're like, well, that's not what we're interested in. The people that listen to this show, it's a long form show. They know that. If you listen to,
yeah,
like, we had Jeff Mantis on here for 5 hours and 22 minutes
yeah,
2 weeks ago. I
nice.
mean, yeah, that's intense, but the people who listen to our show know that's what they're getting.
Yep.
So how do you ignore? So I mean, because I could say I can ignore it, but I think I'd be lying. How do you ignore at first the comment section? Right, at first you're like anybody else, you're like, I'm not gonna, Does it at when now you probably have thick skin. You've been doing this for a while now. Everybody, you're always gonna get haters. There's no way not to get haters. You're always
Yeah.
gonna get the fans, the people who appreciate it. At first, that when you first start doing this and your videos are starting to catch, because you're probably doing what at first you're doing first couple of months, you're probably getting 50 views, then 200 views, then 300 views. So you're starting to get more comments. How do you at first separate wanting to be like, tell everyone to fuck off on your, that's giving you shit for no reason? How do you get that thick skin? Like, when do you start like really not caring anymore?
Now that comes with my personality, which is quite of a quirky. Now the thing here is, I have always been this kind of archetype with the the what the gods from the ancient times were, like Loki, for example, in the Nordic mythology. The trickster guy who would make jokes, who would make pranks, who would basically not give a fuck. I mean, obviously, We all do give a fuck certain times and all that stuff. But I mean, I learned already with the band years and when I was writing those reviews way before Rauta that if you're gonna do something public, you learn you have to learn to make your thick skin thick. You have to be ready to take those, you know, low blows and cheap comments and all that stuff. And you're gonna basically like, hey, let it go, bitches. Because if you're easily offended, then you're not cut for it. Then you
Yeah.
are not able to do the shows, nor the kind of a videos, nor the podcast. Because like you said, they're always haters. Now, how I deal with haters is I deal with humor. And sometimes, very, very, very fucking rarely, but sometimes there are these comments that make my blood boil. But usually, even if there are some random haters, like recently when we did this trio podcast thing with Iblis Manifestations and Into the Necrosphere, we had like this 3 hour session, talking with, as a trio, kind of like a collaboration.
I saw you on that actually. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So anyway, this week there was some comment on Instagram, something like, "Hey, you fags, are you gonna blow one another?" or something like that. A lot of people could like just delete the comment and think about like, fuck this, whoever it is, or whatever, or come back with some nasty remarks. So how about you fucking blow yourself or whatever? I mean, there are so many different ways to deal with that. And how I decide to approach these kind of things is like, in this case, I said, I get it. It's your fantasy to see us, guys doing that, but sorry, we're not going to do for you. You're not worth our time or whatever. So I try to, make it humor. And there's a couple of reasons. First of all, those who want to troll, they are annoyed when you don't, take the bait. So when they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna," because you guys have glasses, it would be easy. "Hey, okay, you four eyes. How about you like put another set of glasses before your face so you can see your micro dick?" I mean, you could just like, hell, that's a fucking stupid comment. But instead of getting like annoyed, you could just like, I know, you're reflecting actually your own dick size. So I get where you're coming from. I know you're easily offended as a person, but hey, please don't. There are fans for your micro dick as well. So whatever. My point here is, you can just kind of not take the bait, but turn it against them. Or sometimes it works in a way that they start laughing at the comment itself. And they kind of like, okay, you're actually cool, dude. You can handle a bad joke. So for me, it has always pretty much worked that if somebody tries to push the buttons, don't play the fucking game. Set your own rules. Sometimes in a bar, if somebody's going to pick a fight. Sometimes you just stare the motherfucker down and really, is this your game? Is this you all want to play and waste your time? Come on, man. There's skirts to be, you could be chasing, and instead you're talking to my dirty face, my ugly face. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, look at you. You could just, kidding some tail, but instead you're wasting it, old man. What the fuck? And then they realize, okay, this is probably waste of time. Sometimes you just, turn it into a joke that everybody gets to laugh at. You might even mock yourself for a little bit, and then they realize, okay, this guy is not, taking the bait. Okay, let's just shake hands and, drink beers and shit like that. But of course, like I said, sometimes there are comments you make your blood boil, and they might maybe even targeted at you. They might be targeted towards the band you were just interviewing and finding out, hey, this is a cool lad. And then some asshole comes and comment, oh, that's a some idiot Nazi fuck who is overweight and gonna die of diabetes and shit like that. And you're like, why would you say that? Like, I mean, what's your problem? You don't like his music, okay? You don't like his statements, you don't like the lyrics. Why are you just bitching here like a small girl? Like, dude, like, get a fucking life, man. But when you're getting that serious stuff, you know that the trolling is gonna be repeated. So, in my opinion, you have two options. You kind of get to delete that comment because you probably even want to protect the person you were just interviewing and finding out he was a cool person or whatever. Or then you can just ignore it and just like not comment it because that's what the trolls essentially want. They want their own attention.
They want
And
that
of course,
response. you know.
Yeah, they want to get response. And my favorite thing to deal with when goes to humor is to tell bad mama jokes, because offending mamas or making mama jokes is kind of a universal. Some cultures, obviously, it's more horrible than others, but it works. Like if somebody's like, hey, making some nasty comment, like, hey, you do this or you do that, and then you can just say like, hey, that's what your mama said last night after we were finished our 4 hour sessions, and man, she was happy. So you can just deal with that shit, and it's fun because you also get to practice a little bit of that thickening thy skin kind of a thing, and also, I don't know, learn new jokes.
You've
And
done
when
3,000 videos, so I'm sure yeah, after a while, you're just like, whatever. I mean,
yeah,
you know
but luckily, I gotta say, the people who are commenting on my videos, they're mostly either chill people, usually rather polite too. So there are not really that many haters, and maybe they found that it's useless to fuck with me because they're not gonna win in that game. And also maybe it's just the kind of stuff that there's not so much provocation happening in my videos either. I mean, sometimes I tell some album is really shit, and some fan gets really, really fucking annoyed. And then I'm like, hey, it's my opinion. What do you give a fuck what some bald head from Finland has to say about your favorite band? I mean, if you already know you like it, why do you give a fuck what I say? It's not like taking anything away from you. So if I say, I don't like Dave Mustaine, he sucks. So who gives a shit what I think? So it's not
Have you
like
ever
my.
gotten bands coming at you
Huh?
for, like, reviews? Have you ever done a review and, like, the bands that's actually a kind of a double question. So have you ever given a review for a band and you get shit from the band because they weren't happy with what you said? Or how about
Yeah, but not these days so much. I think it happened early on. Sometimes bands are gonna say, "Oh, you don't understand anything about black metal or whatever the genre is," and I'm like, maybe I don't. So once again, it's like just you know uh, pointing out that okay, if you feel like that, maybe you're correct. Sometimes I say, whatever you say about me, it's absolutely correct. So if you're gonna call me some neoliberal woke bitch ass girl, yeah, I'm exactly that. If you're gonna call me some neo-Nazi, I'm exactly that as well. I'm everything you want, baby, and it's totally free. Plus we have 100% refund policy. So if you put your money on here to just call me shithead, I'm gonna refund you. Obviously they know what I mean because they're not putting their money, so it's just
yeah.
kind of a redundant. But yeah, some bands still get mad when you call that you need very mediocre release. But most banders kind of understand that it's not really helping their cause because you know if they're gonna start this kind of a shit show, they're gonna lose it against every fucking media. It's not about me, it's not about your podcast. But if you start doing that, if you're gonna wage war with any kind of a reviewer, it's gonna backfire big
Yeah.
fucking time. Either those media start ignoring your later requests to review their music or interview things, or then you're just gonna get called shit with the podcasts and channel things and all that stuff. So there's like a fucking big chance for things to blow back at you if you start challenging journalists, be it hobby or not. But I mean, most bands, I guess they get it. But yeah, sometimes people are offended, and I find it amusing.
How
So
about interviewing bands? Have you ever had a problem with any bands that you've interviewed? Because you've interviewed a lot of bands now.
it's curious enough, but yeah, those bands I've interviewed, no one ever picked a fight or left the session like "fuck you," annoyed or anything like that. But then again, I try to do my best and make sure that, like, look, this is not a fucking interrogation session. This is about getting you comfortable. This is a kind of a conversation that when you leave the room, I hope you're going to be happier person than when you arrived, or at least you found this somewhat useful in order to promote your band and just have a lazy, not lazy, but kind of a relaxed conversation, just like, like no expectations. Just let's talk about music and your band, and you get to talk about the angles you want and all that stuff. So even if I ask tricky questions, by the time we get to the tricky ones, they are usually pretty fucking laid back. So I guess I've been super lucky, but so far all the bands have been like totally fine. Even if there was later on some comments like, "Can you remove this or that question?" A couple of times I've gotten that kind of stuff, but I mean, in the end, it's just been okay.
We've gotten that too. We've actually like, because like this episode will go up tomorrow. Most of our so we've had a couple guests where we always take it off. We're actually just like you. We're not looking to like get no we're not trying to rattle the cages, or we're not trying to get we want people to be comfortable. So we've
Yeah,
actually removed comments like they'll we'll hang out for like you said. It becomes very casual. So you bullshit for a while and sometimes you say stuff that you're like, "Oh, they'll be like, what did I say?" And we'll remove it for them because we do the one thing about the Tampa Morgue is we always try to respect the guests that come on. That's one of our things is we always want to
yeah,
make them feel like they want to come back, and we're not trying to like do me and Ed were bitching. We did that Mantis interview. It was 5 hours, and Blabbermouth picked it up. The only thing they picked up was the part where, you know, the controversial stuff that the guy was saying. They didn't. The whole interview had so much killer stuff in it. They didn't care about that. They only cared about that comment.
yeah.
And that was a shame. I thought, Ed. We're gonna let you.
Clickbait.
What is that? Clickbait. Yeah,
Clickbait. That's
yeah.
all that's see to get going blabbermouth and read their crap, man. That's all it is. It's clickbait.
We couldn't figure out why we're getting so many downloads. We're like, "What's going on?" Well, the reason why was we were on Blabbermouth. We're like, "Oh
Well, thank
shit!
him for
Oh yeah,
that. I thank him for that, but it was
yeah." So we're
clickbait.
like, "What the hell?"
Well,
But
I agree with that, and I've seen that happen already earlier with Rauta. And the funny thing is that sometimes they take the very fucking basic things. I mean, there are plenty of like even some toxic details, and they could really just make the clickbait out of it. But sometimes they take it just a very very silly comments. And my favorite, and this was very early on with Rauta when it was very very small channel, was that I was interviewing Mes Huga guys when they were playing in Tuska. In Helsinki at Tuska, was it like 2018, I think. So once again, we had been, running the stuff for a year. I don't know. We had maybe less than 2,000 subscribers. So anyway, I was asking them about Gent. Like, hey, you kind of came up with the whole idea, and then nowadays it's of course a fucking kind of a genre name or subgenre in a way. So what's up with that? And they explain it, like just like Gent, gent, gent kind of a thing. And suddenly I was like checking out the numbers later on when it came out. Like, what the fuck is happening? We're like this maybe 2,000 subscriber channel, and this is getting tens of thousands of views. Like, what the fuck? If our usual interview was like, I don't remember the numbers exact, but if like a typical interview was like seen as like 2,000 or 4,000 times, this was suddenly like 50,000. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I did a little bit Googling, and I noticed that this gent comment via Blabbermouth had been spreading like to something like 40 different metal medias, like all the fucking Revolvers or
yeah.
Loudwires or whatever. And I'm like, what it was? It was basically Blabbermouth who made the whole synopsis of that small part of the channel and then linked our channel to it. And the other news outlet was basically recycling what Blabbermouth had said,
Yep.
but taking basically the links within. So I'm like, thank you so much for your help, because it brought a lot of people to check out the particular interview. Even though, in my opinion, that comment was more like a goofy anecdote rather than anything of real value. I mean, there are plenty of bands who have said very very interesting things which could be seen as even, I don't know, dangerous or toxic or whatever. But this was just about gent, and I was like, okay, if that makes you tick, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna complain.
I mean, I will say though, it did get us like, we don't do video, so YouTube always sucks for us, but we do well on all the Spotify, all those platforms like that. And I was like, like I told Ed, I was like, something's going on. And then it was crazy because, what they pulled, I'm not surprised, but like there was like, I mean, there was a section in the interview where he's like, yeah, I would think about getting back if me and Conrad were in the same room and talked. And they didn't care about that. They just cared about like the mudslinging stuff. So it was kind of a bummer, man. But And for you, I know we're going to let you get out of here in a few minutes too, because I know we've kept you for a while tonight. But I wanted to ask you too, is for you, like, what are some bands that you've wanted to interview that you haven't? Because you've had, like I said, man, I'm always impressed. I'm like, damn, because you know, I try to, some of these bands they're hard to get a hold of, and you do have them on your channel a lot. So, who are some of the acts that you would really love to have? That controversial or not? Because I even think, we ever talked earlier about people blame this guy for that and this guy for that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I don't think that band's really into that. I would like to have them on, but you're going to get backlash from some of that shit. So it's like, what for you personally, what are some of the acts that you would like to have on that you haven't been able to get on? And have you tried to contact some of these guys?
This is very easy for me to answer because it combines some of my childhood favorites as well as some of the more controversial ones. If I got to choose like three interviews, maybe four in this case, which I would love to have the most, I would pick, of course, Metallica because, childhood times and they're so fucking big. So obviously that would have some weight, but more so because of my, childhood times.
Yeah.
Slayer because it's one of the best fucking bands ever. Maybe the best, but yeah. So obviously having something like Tom Araya and Kerry King or whatever, it would be a fucking blast. But these are not the controversial names, and these are not, the kind of names that would probably make that much cause big waves because there are probably a lot of those interviews out in many different formats. So I would say Burzum, talking to Vary Vikernes about history, past, present, whatever. Nowadays views versus the old ways. Nowadays crappy music versus the original great albums and all. Talking about the murder, talking about living in France. So many different topics to talk about. Obviously, that would be in a way my easy number one choice, even
Have you
above
attempted him?
Metallic. Hmm?
Have you attempted contacting him?
Yes, on X or when it was
Mm.
Twitter, but yes, didn't reply one thing. The fourth one would be Dark Throne because, in my opinion, Dark Throne is the best black metal band of all times, despite having not released any good albums like past 15 years or whatever. But it's the unholy early 90s or even their death metal years in late 80s, which in my opinion, made them one of the most important, or maybe the most important band with mayhem to coming ever out of Norway when it comes to metal. And because of Fenris and Nocturnal Culto have done so much things for extreme metal in Norway, not just with Darkthrone but other bands as well. Obviously, that would be my go-to band. I don't know how controversial that would be, because I mean, of course, for sake of controversy, it would be easier to just talk to Absurd Guy or Goat Moon Guy.
Yeah.
But and of course, those would be really their rarities. But Burzum would be, in a way, I guess, the number one choice because I don't have the possibility to talk Quarthon anymore or Chuck Schuldiner for anymore because they're fucking dead. So, yeah, those of living, Burzum would be number one, but there are quite a few on the extended list. So if you would go outside of those, say, four bands, which I mentioned, then there would be a lot of bands. Hey, that would be really great. That would be really great, and all that stuff. But of course, I've been lucky to have some of the legendary names covered. So, for example, when we did, Beherit interview online during the COVID years, that was special. But it kind of sucked that it was, well, over online meeting rather than face to face, which we actually last weekend when the headline Turku Saatanalle, me and Holocausto or Marco, we met and shook hands and all that stuff. Were like finally nice to meet, like really face to face, rather than just communicating over Facebook or whatever. And we should really do a new one because I think that's what people deserve. While there's nothing really to replace in terms of that 2020 interview, it's still not the same because not the same place, not the the normal face to face meeting. And another one on top of that, which I'm really proud and happy that it finally got happened, was the Blasphemy interview
Ah,
last year, because that was, of course, something that is so important, even if it's just like just two album band versus a lot of more active bands. So these are sometimes it's hard to put cult bands with very, very few releases against bands like Cannibal Corpse. For me personally, if I'm talking about, say, musically and what has affected me, musically, getting car willets from Bolt Thrower, or in this case, Memoriam, was more important to get on the interviews than, in a way, blasphemy, because for me it matters more. Or when I was talking to, this is worth mentioning, Mike Moore of Suicidal Tendencies.
You entered him
Yes,
2017, right?
yes, that is the only time I've got butterflies in my tummy. That was the only time I was feeling I was nervous, because he's such a legend in my eyes, coming from that early 1980s crossover thrash scene with the gangs and all from the Los Angeles area, and he has written some of the best metal lyrics of all time. So fuck yeah, I was really like, man, now I'm finally meeting the legends. And this might feel weird, because when people are, but you talk to Ember guy, you talk to Frost of Satyricon, you talk to the Beherit guys, and you talk to the Manowar, not Manowar, but Blasphemy guy. So like, I'm like, yeah, but Mike Moore, like,
Yeah.
this is a personal thing. So in that respect, like I said, it would mean so much for me to talk to, say, Kerry King or James Hetfield. It's not like others have done already, like a lot better interviews that I can probably pull off, but meeting your real, childhood or teenage years inspirators, it's very, very fucking big time. And to add to that note, meeting Blackie Lawless, when they're coming like back to Europe this year to
I
play.
just saw them this year.
Yeah, they are so fucking great, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, now that they're doing their 40th anniversary kind of a tour or whatever, I mean, of course, that would mean a lot to me to
And they
get to
played the whole
talk to
album.
that stuff. But I don't really keep my hopes up. I mean, when people get older and their opinions change, and they already know that they have, done and said all the things, channels like Rauta don't really mean a shit to these
Well, I
bands.
will tell you, we actually had a chance. What was it, last month, Ed, with Blackie. So the problem is he doesn't do, and we don't, like I said, we don't do video, but he only does phone. He will not be seen on a camera, because I'm a Wasp guy too. I don't know if you can see behind me, but there's a
Yeah,
bunch of old Wasp stuff on the wall.
yeah,
And when I saw them, in November, I saw them. It was a killer show. Played the whole first album.
yeah,
Um, but I was so bummed because I didn't have time to figure it out, because I had never I used to record interviews off the phone when I worked for the zines, and then just transcribed them.
yep,
Um, so I got a hold of the publicist, and he messaged me back, and he's like, "Blackie won't only do it on the phone." And I have to admit, man, I was bummed, because I'm like you. I would have loved to talk to Blackie. And one thing that always gets me when any of these old bands I used to listen to when I was a kid, and I hear this is the problem I have with a lot of interviews that I listen to online. Like, if I'm gonna get, like, me and Ed, we've talked about this before. If I'm gonna get, say, I don't know, just for instance, if I'm gonna get Mickey Mars, right? If I'm gonna interview Mickey,
yeah,
I'm only gonna talk about the first two Crew albums. Like, I want to know about that old shit. I don't want to talk about the new album, really, because you can see millions of those online.
yeah.
If I'm
That's
gonna
true.
talk to Wasp, I want to talk about the early days, the Headless Children and the '84, and stuff like that. So I was bummed, but
Hold on,
oh, no
hold on,
problem.
hold on.
He's gonna show us something. I think he's got something cool here. He's gonna show us.
Something very, very special I received in January is this Wasp box, which is
Oh, I haven't seen that.
this called, can you see? Oh, what's the camera? So this is the Wasp, the Seven Savage, which means they have the old school albums from the early days, and then this great book about it, telling the stories of the old days.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I
This
haven't
is a
seen
great
that.
stuff, and when I was getting this for review, it was my like, oh no, that's exactly what you said about talking about the old days, because it's like they are the formative years, the early years, the wild years, the years that really made these bands to be. I was like, this is what I want to talk about. Obviously, new stuff is interesting as well, but it's the whatever the normal metal medias anyway covering. So when I was reading those those pages with the early wasp years, because this is what the box is all about. I was like, man, this is so golden stuff. I mean, it's great as a release, but also kind of reminded me how things were different. And of course, talking about the early years is indeed fucking fascinating,
Yep.
because we are old. We are not young guys anymore, and
Yep.
getting back to those older days is just in a way more
Takes
important.
you back. It's like it revives you in a way. You
Yeah,
go.
and it's important to tell the younger generation, if they're like people like for example checking out your content, and they're like 20 years ago, you know, and there's so many stories you could be telling them from the years these people didn't even exist yet.
Yep.
So it's very important to kind of a remind them of how it was like prior to internet, prior to YouTubes and Spotify's, or
When you bought
metal
records for the
archives and
covers.
Wikipedias and stuff like that,
Yep.
when things were not so easily accessible.
Yep. No, I totally agree. It was that's like, again, like that's one thing I like about your show. That's one thing we try to do here is take people back. We want to make it where people can come listen in 10 years from now and it's all relevant because it's part of history.
Yes.
And that's what I appreciate with, with what you do. And before we let you go, I do want to ask you, for those listening, who Finnish bands that people like, anything new that you could recommend that's going around?
From Finland, you mean?
Yes.
Well, what can I say is that Nightside is obviously not the only band that has been doing this kind of a coming back. There are some metalheads that have been kind of abandoning their old band and then figuring out, hey, maybe playing live and doing new records is actually cool. And while not exactly new in that sense in terms of comeback, I'm really proud and happy that, for example, And Oceans made comeback a few years ago, and now they are having a third album out since their comeback. And it has been fantastic with their comeback years, because in my opinion, for example, they have made their probably best music so far, and they're same guys of same age as me, for example, and they were very very active and on the rise in the 90s and early 2000s until suddenly the band was no more. So these kind of bands are great. One thing I got to review today, a band that has been here out for about 8 years now from my home city, is Norhem. And I just got this, I can show it here, even though this is not for the audience to be seen. But for example, this band just got their new CD last weekend at the festival. And, they're the kind of a band that is, the newer generation. So guys who are maybe some 20 years younger than me, but showing a passion and kind of a, you know, carrying the torch of new generation in a way for my home city, which for so many years there was not much happening. It was basically Nightside and not much else back in the days. I mean, before Archgoat came back. But in that sense, it's very cool that now we have this, in a way, new wave of Southwest Finnish black metal, and bands like Sielun Vihollinen, which hasn't been there even 10 years, I guess, roughly that. Anyway, these bands are, in my opinion, very very vital to the scene. So it's not the guys in their 40s and 50s you know, playing black metal, because obviously we will be gone, much like the guys of the first wave of death metal are in a way going to retire sooner or later. And while we're not there yet, it's just a matter of time when people are like gonna say, okay, I cannot play these 220 BPM, blast beat drums anymore. Like for example, last August when I was seeing D-Side live, while it was a fucking great show, it was obvious that people like Ashheim is not gonna play this kind of stuff for 20 years more, or Sandoval, who was there performing with Terrorizer, probably the oldest extreme metal drummer who is still active. And while it's the drumming is still great, I mean, your mind is wondering how many years you can do that, how many years you can still keep the level of technicality and stuff. So you have to kind of look at these younger bands, these younger generations who are going to tell, okay, granddads, step aside. It's your time to retire and take your role more as an audience or whatever you're doing. Like I guess in a way these kind of podcasts are a good example. I don't know about you guys, but I also feel like it's very much like when you watch, say, American football, which I'm a fan of. I see those old players, those retired quarterbacks and whatever, and they have become commentators. So
Yeah.
instead of abandoning the whole sports for real, they have just taken a new role, and for me it gives a lot of pleasure to see those veterans. So like they are not playing anymore, much like some of older folks are not going to play, fast death metal anymore, but that doesn't mean that they cannot share their wisdom and experience to the younger generation from a different role. So like I said, some people become producers, some people become label people, some people become the publicists and whatever. But I think that's the kind of a natural course how things really go. And it's fantastic to see these newer bands, and they are taking the leading role. And for us, then it's time to move on and take to a new role. So bands like Norhem, for instance, is a good example with Cielo Viholinen, that there are these guys in their 30s who are very much full of passion, full of energy, ready to kick some ass on stage and do their music. And even though they are not comparable in terms of success and fame and shit with the bands that were started in, say, 90s, that doesn't mean that they don't have relevant music. Quite the contrary, they are very, very relevant. But as long as the old players are still in the game, it's harder for these newer bands to, like, how to say, redeem their place and role in the field. So much like in sports, first you have to retire the old star players before bringing up
Yeah.
some new fresh blood into the game, and that's how it goes, in my opinion.
I agree, man. And Jerry, man, we totally appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. It's like I said, I hit you up, you got right back to me. It worked out great. I just got a hold of you the other day too, and you came on and hung out. Anybody who wants to, like, anything to do, like, where can they find, obviously the page and stuff like that, the YouTube channel, but give out all your promo info.
Well, yeah, Rauta is easy to just find by googling Rauta, Rauta, on your favorite search engine. Of course, there is a Linktree site available, but I don't know whoever uses that. And of course, those who are into social media can easily find it on Instagram and Facebook. So whatever your preferred social media platform is, but since it is indeed a YouTube channel, the best place to go right to the source is to find the YouTube channel. And if people like the style what I'm doing, then it's great. If not, well, what can I say? Nothing is everybody's cup of tea. There are always people who say, "Oh, Metallica or Iron Maiden sucks," because it's not really the thing that I do. So I don't take it for granted if new people don't like what they hear. But I think the best way to give it a chance is to you know turn into the Rauta channel, check out some of the interviews, and if that content is worth the people's time, well, then something good has been achieved. And when it comes to the bands, both Annihilatus and Nightside are available on Bandcamp. Nightside is also available on most streaming services, and probably random YouTube uploads are available as well. So Googling skills put into use, and people should find what they're looking for.
There you go. And man, we appreciate you hanging out,
Thank
and
you
we'll
for
keep it.
inviting me. It was a great chat with you guys.
Yeah, man, we'll definitely have you back. Like I said, I like what you do. I watch what you do. I keep in touch with your channels. So we'll definitely, work on some stuff, man. And we're actually going to play Annihilus right now. We're going to play Death from Above, actually, on your
Yeah,
way out.
and there is a new raw mix track on Annihilatus Bandcamp site. If people want to check out what's coming from the new album, it's gonna be either the worst or the best so far. I don't know. I'm too biased and uh, too undecided what it's gonna be, but it's a very very close to the final mix, but still raw mix because well, it's not final until it's final. So there is one new track for people to find out, but expect two totally different kinds of black metal coming from Finland. One dirtier, raw, and uglier, and one which is more made by better musicians than me.
There you go, man. Dude, thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you so much, guys, and have a good night. I think I'm heading to bed.
Yes, we'll say goodbye to you in a second. We're going to play Death from Above right now. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Eric Gran after this. This is Annihilatus with Death from Above. Thanks again, Jerry.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Gaze up on the sky, see the light, they're coming for you. The warning sign, death on the wings, they're closing in. Open your eyes, stare at it. The vital sign, like a constant message of the end, and true relief. No more screams, no more pain. All is silent. The death has come. No more faces. Nothing's left. All is dead. The end has come. Gaze upon the sky. See them lights. They're coming for you. The warning signs, death on the wings, they're closing in. Open your eyes, stare at it. The vital sign, like a constant message of the end. True relief. No more screams. No more pain. All is silent. The end has come. No more faces. Nothing is left. All is dead. The end has come. Death from above. 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 No more screams. No more pain. All is silent. The death has come. No more faces. Nothing is left. All is dead. The death has come.
There we go. I want to thank Jerry for stopping on and hanging out with us tonight. So now we are actually have another guest. We are joined by Eric Gran, who is no stranger to the show. This is his second appearance, and he's coming to hang out for a little bit tonight to talk about Third. That's right. Third appearance.
Third.
Yep. Actually, fourth if you count the times that we tried. It didn't work out. Maybe fifth actually.
Yeah.
But Yeah, we got Eric on. He's here. He's going to hang out for a little bit and talk about a couple different things. And one of the things he's going to talk about is the Florida metal battles for Vakken, which we've been promoting on the show a little bit, but he's here to give you the correct information. So first of all, Eric, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here on the show.
Good, man. And how's everything going personally? Everything good for you in Florida?
Oh, everything's good. You know, a lot happening, a lot moving forward. So I'm excited for that.
Everything going good? You still doing the blasphemation?
Yeah, I am. We're working. Actually, my guitarist, the other guy that I'm working with on, just sent me some designs for some potential T-shirts this morning. So yeah, we're moving forward on that.
Good, man. So yes, we of course you're no stranger with us. We've known you for a while, but yeah, let's promote what you got coming up, man, because it's coming up Saturday night, right? March 15th
that's right.
At the Brass Mug.
Yeah, in just a few days. That's right. It's March 15th, this Saturday. We've got 6 bands per event, 3 nights, first, second.
I think we're losing your volume.
Oh, okay. All right. You want me to start back over? Or
oh yeah, you can start up. Yeah. What do they say, Eric? Step up to the mic, or Ed?
Step up to the mic. Yes.
Step up to the mic.
Yes. So the Florida Metal battles for Vakken, round 1 is this Saturday at the Brass Mug, and doors are at 7:00. We've got Wire Throne, Varanger, Nocturnal Dawn, Endurus, Forfeiture, and Voidrium this weekend.
Nice. And so exactly what is this event for those? I was actually talking to Ed about this a couple weeks ago, and I think I even asked you, Eric. So can you explain what exactly this is for people who are not familiar with it?
Yeah, of course. In the end, one band, of course, is going to go on to the U.S. semifinals in New Jersey to try a shot for going over to Germany to play Vakken. And so, we have it split up into 3 different shows, really, between 12 bands. 6 per show. We end up with a panel of, I guess judges, but a panel of guys and a lady that are determining, who goes, who doesn't, and so it's going to be half the bands going on with the show this week, and then on May 2nd, the second battle, we'll have another 6 bands come up, and after those bands are going to go on to that third and final round, the May 17th mug. So yeah, essentially it's very much just kind of a whittling it down process to who's actually going to be going on to the semifinals.
And who are you working with this? Is this just you doing this over at the Mug, or do you have some help with this one?
No, I was approached by a guy named Jerry Ori, and he works for Vakken, and he represents Vakken in many different countries throughout the Caribbean, Suriname in South America, and now he lives in Tampa. So from what he's telling me, he's been trying for a while to get Tampa on board, and was able after our meeting to convince the powers that be there to allow this to happen, And
Ed, do you know Jerry at all? I know you played Vakken. What year did you play Vakken?
2012.
Well, okay.
12. I think it was 12.
Okay. Cool.
It was a very wet year. But yeah, no, I know. I know who he is for sure. I don't know if I've met him, but I definitely know who he is.
And Ed, what were you telling us about that? I remember this wet experience. Weren't you guys like trucking through mud or some shit like that?
Yeah, it rained 4 days prior to the festival, and people were sleeping in tents that were like filled with water.
Oh yeah.
It was probably one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, because right in the middle, like heading to the main stage, there was I looked like a lake. I mean, that's what I could call it. I mean, it was just a giant mud puddle, and there were dudes doing like slides and like baseball slides in it while a dude's pissing in it. So that was pretty cool. I'm thinking that's sanitary. But yeah, the stage we played was a brand new stage that year, and it was so muddy. I didn't think anybody was going to come because it was difficult to get there. We watched a couple people. Ralph Santolo actually brings like the biggest thing, because I remember me and Terry were in this bar area, and I remember turning around and I'm like, it looked like Greystoke. Remember the Tarzan movie? The dude was covered head to toe in mud, and he's standing there, and I'm looking, and I recognized him, and then when I looked back, he was gone. And I was
Ralph?
Like, it was Ralph, because he came up to us, and he was out in the mud all day because he lived there. At that time, he was dating somebody out in Germany. So, but he was head to toe in mud, and he looked like Greystoke. I mean, it was, me and Terry couldn't stop laughing because it was like, dude, it's like Rambo. He was there, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. And I was like, he blended in. But it was very wet that year. But it's definitely, if you can get on that festival, that's not one you want to ever miss. That was probably one of the biggest shows I've ever played. I mean, you're talking 100,000 people. So, it's definitely killer.
Rest in peace, Ralph, definitely. And Ed, that was with Massacre, right?
It was.
Yeah, Eric, you got that going on. So what goes into this, like work-wise? Like, for you, prep-wise, what do you wind up having to, like, when you first get the word that you're going to kind of be one of the guys in charge of this, like, what do you have to start doing?
Oh, sure. Yeah, a lot of prep work, compared to the shows that I've worked on in the past, which is one reason I took the job in the first place, because I thought, man, this is a great learning experience. And to be able to not only to reach out and, like say, all the sponsors and things like that we've been reaching out to, well, in the future, well, okay, we have these sponsors now. We can go back and say, hey guys, we have Tampa Death Fest coming up, or whatever it may be. And that's what a lot of it is communication, big time communication. Just that's one thing that's been consistent throughout this. It's calls, emails, pretty much every day, to make this all happen.
I know you deal with the Tampa Bay metal scene. When did you start actually working for the Tampa Bay metal scene? Like, I know you've been a promoter and you've done this stuff. When did you actually get involved?
I got involved in 2018. And what happened was the guy who was booking the shows at the time, I met him at a show just through a friend. And I've got a label, Nihilist Media. So I passed him a CD. And he thought, okay, wow, this is great. It's kind of relevant to the show that I'm looking at, which was Grindfest at the time, and so he invited me on board for that. And it apparently must have went well, because he by the time the next Grindfest came around, I was the one booking the show. I mean, I was the one booking all the shows by that point. So
that was the first show you did, was the Grindfest?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The first one was. It was actually called Facefuck Grindfest at the time, and
you put out a compilation CD. Was that same time period you put out that comp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
That.
Yeah, so that, and then by 2019, it was more official that I was the promoter and the booking agent. So.
What's some of the pros and cons of, we all know, like I've booked shows for a couple years, and, Ed is obviously, we've talked about it. Ed's been involved, and actually even me and Ed were hanging out when I was booking shows. So he was there to see both sides of it, from being in the band to the business side of it.
Right.
What's the biggest pain in the ass for you as dealing with this shit? Because there's always shit. I mean, we can always say it's not, but there's always, how it goes. You deal with bands.
There definitely is, and I like your questions, by the way. You guys have some good questions. Some of the biggest pain in the asses to deal with is really how would you say, some of the people online, the online reactions to certain things.
The keyboard.
If it's not, if it's not exactly the way they like it, or if someone has done something in the past 100 years ago, it doesn't matter. If their name is on that flyer and they don't like them, they're going after everyone. And that's got to end, man. That's really harming the scene, in my opinion. I've seen it a couple.
Yeah, but that just started with all that woke bullshit.
Yeah, it has.
Listen,
we've seen a lot of it with the Brass Mug even getting shit for no reason.
Yeah, listen, man. If there's certain things you can't overlook, like if somebody touched a kid,
right?
Or maybe murder, like somebody killed an old lady. I could understand that.
Sure.
But some of the stuff that people are attacking people for is some of the most minuscule shit that I've ever seen. And I'm like, do you have nothing better to do but sit on your computer and just fuck with people all day while you're behind a computer? Because you wouldn't go up to those people in their face and say a damn thing because they get fucking punched. You know, what did Tyson always say? You can always tell somebody who's never been punched in the face, because those are the people that are talking shit. Because if they were ever punched in the face for what they do, they wouldn't do it anymore. So yeah,
we're old enough to remember the Tyson that would punch you in the face. We remember that.
Man.
That,
well, you know, because I'm sure he deals with egos too. Because how many people have we dealt with that think their band should play here and they should get this and they should do all this?
Yeah,
and it's like,
yeah, Eric, how do you deal with that shit? Because I know it happens. I mean, you know, we could all say it's all fun or whatever, but you know, I mean, how do you deal with that? Like, or guest? So how does that work with with the guest lists and stuff? If you had any problems with that?
Not a lot, because I keep it pretty tight. You know, I spell it out and say, hey, look, you know, you guys get, well, for me, it's 2 people per band, you know, or 1 person if you're just an opener or 1 or 2 man act, you know, and just try to basically say, here's what we're doing and here's what we're not doing. It's kind of gotten to that point where, you know, just learning along the way throughout the years, you find out, okay, well, people are going to assume they can do all this if you don't say they can't, you know.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of it.
And what Ed was saying, I want to touch on for a second too, is he's right, because, you know, we mentioned the Brass Mug, a place that we've all grew up playing, whether it be Brass Mug 1, 2, or 3, you know. And I've seen in the last 2 years a lot of people like taking shots about like, oh, they allow this. The Brass Mug they do not fucking promote bad. Like they have shows there. Like, you know, I've seen a lot of like, and I'm sure you've seen it, Eric, a lot of like, oh, this band's playing here, they're sketchy, or this band's sketchy or whatnot, man. And they attack the venues, which is really sad because venues have enough trouble as it is these days trying to get people in it. You know, we all know, like, especially since like the pandemic, how many places closed down, and the fact that some of these places actually survived and stuck around. You know, and I just think it's really lame that people, if you don't want to go to the fucking show, don't go. If you don't like the band, don't go, you know. But to act like the venues are like, and I'm sure there's some shitty venues out there. There is. I mean, god damn, we've played a bunch of them, right, Ed? But the Brass Mug has been loyal to that scene for a long time, man. And I think it's a shame that people try to take cheap shots at them. Don't fucking come if you don't want to go.
Part of the problem, too, is the first thing people get thrown to is, why are you having a Nazi band come there when they have nothing to do with being Nazis? You know, and now if you're a white power, you know, whatever, and band,
fledged, then yeah, man.
Fuck yeah, sure. All day long, that's what you call them. But just because somebody wears a certain thing, and I'm not talking about a swastika or none of that. I'm talking about whatever it is that has no relevance, but you're like, the Brass Mugs bring Nazi bands or racist bands, and it's like, why is that your go-to? Why is that
mentality?
Your thing? You know, and then all of a sudden, nobody who does no research whatsoever just jumps on the bandwagon, and it becomes an out of control thing in the comments or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I was at the original Brass Mug when it was like new. Like I'm an old fucker. So
that is the crypt keeper of the show.
I fucking lived that shit, and I'm still living it. So, you know, the point is that we never had none of this stuff.
Yeah.
None of it. I mean, I can't think of a time until 5 years ago when this really started, when all that woke ideology bullshit started coming up. Because before, you could almost fucking slaughter a goat in the parking lot and nobody would give a shit. You know, not that I condemn that, but I'm not for that. But what I'm saying is now all of a sudden you spit in the wrong direction and you get ostracized. So I don't know. I just think the culture for bands now is just really, it makes me not want to go to shows. Because when I went to see, I think Left to Die was the first show I saw after the pandemic, because everything was shut down. And the people that I used to see at the Brass Mug, they were like, everybody was brand new. Like, it was so many different people, and you could see the culture just shifted, and not necessarily in a great way, you know, because everybody's got a comment, everybody's got their own opinion on stuff. And hey, listen, freedom of speech, but when you're wrong, you're wrong.
And the Brass Mug, as we know, Ed, that's a staple for all of us there. And
it is.
You know, Heather and Rick, I mean, they keep it going, man. I mean, it's a staple.
Yeah, but they were there when nobody else had anywhere to play, and people forget that. That's the problem. Because I know the Orpheum's just around the corner now, but they're two different things. The Brass Mug isn't battling because the bands that are playing the Orpheum wouldn't necessarily play the Brass Mug because those tours sometimes are a little too big for the Mug, and that's why the outside stage and everything works for the Orpheum because they have a little more room. So it's not a competition. I think certain venues just have to have certain shows, and the Brass Mug has always been true to real metal, death metal. You know what I mean? For sure. Remember the old days with Ulcer and Des Ruin and Generic Christ all playing on a show, and it was all local bands. And
before the second stage was even added in the first Brass Mug, we were all jamming there.
Yeah, and it was fine. Think about the bands you saw at the Brass Mug that exploded, Decapitated, Vader, all those bands that were playing the original Brass Mug,
Dying
all
Fetus,
of them.
Emulation.
Yeah, and I open a lot of those shows. So I'm thinking about the fact that those bands are playing big venue now because they've earned the keep. You know what I mean? They've done their work. It's not a this versus that. And I think sometimes people forget the Brass Mug was their stepping stone, because without them, where would they have played? The Liars Club, that was shut down.
Yep.
Remember all these clubs that got
Boomers,
shut down over the years?
Obviously the St. Pete run where the Foo Bar, but you're going back to the original Brass Mug, you're talking Boomers, Liars Club.
State Theater,
State Theater, Masquerade.
The State Theater was the big place to play if you were like big.
I remember Slayer playing at Masquerade. What was that? 2000, what? I can't remember. Now the Ritz, I guess it's called. Yeah, 2002 or 3. So, and Eric, when you deal with the Brass Mug, so that's pretty much where you do most of your events at, right?
Mostly, yes, it is. Yeah.
When you bring them Florida metal battles for Vakin, is it stress free, right? I mean, because Heather and Rick always work with the scene. That's one thing they've always done.
That's right. Yeah, it really is. In fact, Jerry had proposed that we all meet up there and we all talk to Heather, and we're going to be doing that tonight. And essentially, they're great to work with when it comes to those things, because here she is unlocking the doors at 7. They don't have a show. She's just there to show us around, and that way everybody that's involved, all of my guys, the team, are going to be like, okay, here's what we're doing, here's what you're doing, etc., and kind of checking, okay, we've got a banner, we want to make sure that it will hang, that it will fit, and trying to relieve the stress off of us and off of everybody by, instead of addressing everything right as the show's starting, here we are addressing whatever we can ahead of time. So they're wonderful to work with.
Awesome. So I'll play one of the bands here. These guys are from Sanford, Florida, formed in 2017. It's a pagan death metal band, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
So, yes. So why don't you introduce this band?
Okay. Yeah. Varanger, Tyler Futrell, their vocalist and kind of the leader of the band. Seems like a really interesting person. I had another interview a little while back with another podcast, and he was one of the guys that was on there as well interviewing. And they're really cool. I like what he's doing. I like their themes, and I think they could go far in the competition.
My drummer used to play with them.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, which one, Ed?
From Hideous.
Ah.
Yep. He was playing with them back then. They had a chick bass player originally. Actually, Tyler didn't even sing in the beginning. They had a singer.
Oh, really?
And then they kind of switched things up, and now he plays and sings, and they kind of changed their direction.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a track from them actually now. I'm going to play something from 2019. It's called Curse of the Swamp. And we'll play that. We'll be back with Eric Gran to talk more about the Florida metal battle for Vakin here. This is Varanger, Curse of the Swamp from 2019. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track with Eric Gran.
Take
And we are back, and that was Curse of the Swamp. So Eric, so you have something else coming up too, which we'll get to before we let you go tonight. So Saturday again. So doors are at what time Saturday?
Doors are at 7:00 on Saturday.
7:00. And what's the ticket price?
Ticket price is $20.
$20. You said six
we
bands?
do have six bands. That's right.
Do you have any special merch for this show, or are you guys doing any posters or shirts or anything?
We'll have some posters. I think it's just going to be kind of a giveaway situation with the posters, whatever's left over from promoting, I do have some posters and flyers, working on some shirts, although there have been a few hiccups, because we are working directly with Whacken. You've got to allow them to lead, and they, very late on in the process, changed the design. So we're hoping to have shirts for the first event, but we will definitely have them for the remainder, if not.
Who are you going through shirts? Are you going through Precision?
Precision merch. It's going to be printing the shirts. Yeah.
Yeah, we had Nick on here, obviously, and from Promethean Horde. And
yeah.
So do you have the time order for what when, who's going on when and stuff like that?
We're doing it a little differently than what I've done in the past. And I think it's a good idea for this event. And what we're going to be doing is the bands basically just do just pick a number. Like there's a 1 through 6. That way, whatever number you're on, that's what you got,
It takes the pressure off you, man.
So
that's kind of smart.
Yeah. So I guess that's the way they do it. And man, I wouldn't mind trying it myself for some of my own shows as well. Sounds like the way to go.
And how do you guys do the selection of bands for this show? How does that work out?
Yeah. We requested the bands submit online, and there's a link in the website, depending on which country you're from and such, to go submit your band. And then whoever it is from Whacken kind of sifts through those filters, what is actually, like, say, for example, it's got to be from Florida, and then sends that on to us. And essentially, it's kind of like the same way that we're doing the show, which is voting by a panel. So we had 4 or 5 people send in, okay, I think it should be these 6 bands. And then whoever at the end of it has the most points, those are the 6 that you choose. So it's very much a point system, the same way that it is at the show itself.
You guys had what? So Claw dropped, right? It was supposed to be Claw and then Void Dream. We had Vincent on from Void Dream a couple weeks ago. We did a show with him. So was that for this show, right? That the swap happened?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Claw did drop. They had a member who, I believe he was accepted into the pool. I mean, for a good reason.
Nice. I think we're losing you a little bit, Eric.
Okay. Yeah. So
okay.
Claw did drop. They had a member who it was all for positive things. It wasn't anything negative. It was I believe the drummer was accepted into a school or something like that. Moving on, and so they couldn't commit to all these other dates. But Voidrium was next in line. And we were glad to have them on board.
You got this coming up, obviously, again, March 15th, which is Saturday night this week. And after this, you have, which we'll plug really fast. I know you just announced that you're looking for bands for it, so I'll let you mention it on here. Yeah. September 5th and 6th, you're going to be doing Tampa Bay Death Fest 7. You've been involved with all 7 of them?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead, you can do your spiel here for that. I know you're looking for some bands for that.
Oh, yeah. Tampa Death Fest 2025. We've got some great bands on board this year, and it's growing, bit by bit. Every year it seems to be getting just a little bit bigger. We've got a lot of returning bands, as in returning from the very first event, the very couple of first events. Not a lot of stuff that's coming back from the recent years, which I feel like that's just the way to go. Try to get everybody, give everybody a fair shot rather than just bringing back the same old bands every year, We also have one confirmed from the UK, so we're going to have at least one, maybe a couple of bands from other countries.
Are you not announcing names of the bands now, or are you going to wait for that?
I'll say a couple of them here, sure. Just as a kind of a little bit of a something. I haven't yet, but I think that's mostly just kind of waiting on everything, for what we're doing with Whacken to get past the first event, One that is returning that I'm really excited for is Diabolic. Diabolic hasn't played a show in Tampa in 6 years, and that was the first Tampa Death Fest. So it just kind of it works out well that that's going to be the return. And man, those guys, like, the new lineup is great. I've been talking with the new vocalist, and
Who is the new
really
vocalist for
solid
that for Diabolic now?
Oh my gosh, I have to try to remember his name.
Put you on the
I
spot,
honestly
man.
don't know. It's been, man, lately the past couple months I've just been talking to so many people between Tampa Death Fest and the battles for Whackin',
So you got
trying to do them both, kind of intertwined between the two. Let's see. So there's another a local that I think a lot of people will be interested in, and that's because they know him, but they know him from another band, Secret She Kept, and that's Chris, the vocalist, and he has his own
Secret She Kept in a long time. I haven't even heard that name.
Well, he has his own solo project called Estuarine, and I see it all over online. He's selling his CDs. People are into it, but he doesn't perform live because it's a one-man thing. So I've talked to him about it, and we're going to have him as an opener, which would be great because it literally is the very first Estuarine show. So I'm kind of going for that as well, just trying to bring people something that they're not going to see somewhere else.
Yeah, well, I think it's good. Is Blasphemation going to play that? Is your band going to be on the Death Fest
so
7?
So far, the plan is not to have Blasphemation, and that's only because my guitarist is out of state right now. He's still living out of state, and he just can't commit to being here for sure. So I would love to play it, but I might not be playing that one.
And for bands who want to get a hold of you for Tampa Bay Death Fest 7 to be considered as part of the bill, how do they get a hold of you?
Email is best. If you want to reach out initially, just through Messenger, it's Cernarg, my name backwards is what it is, or Tampa Bay Metal Scene.booking@yahoo.com. And that's really where I prefer to, talk about booking. But yeah, definitely just to reach out. If you want to reach out to me on Facebook, that would work too.
Nice, man. And you can also plug your anybody that wants to check out Blasphemation. How do they find that?
Blasphemation, we are the entire discography is on Bandcamp. You could also find it on the Nihilist Media YouTube channel. A lot of it hasn't all been uploaded yet, but there's some of that there as well. Or my very first label that I was originally was the one that I kind of had contact with and was releasing the material, and that's Torn Flesh Records, which they're kind of a defunct label at this point, but everything is still online, and it's actually free downloads through Torn Flesh.
I'll get you out of here in a few minutes, but I do want to mention, so, Tampa Bay metal scene. So for you, like for people who don't understand, what that is, and can you give a little bit of introduction to that? And some of the bands in that scene that people may not know about now that, that you would recommend that you deal with.
Yeah, sure. Tampa Bay metal scene was actually started, I believe it was 2008 originally, by James Harrison, who is he was in the band Psycho Tribe.
Right?
Yeah, Psycho Tribe at that time, and I mean, he, from what he's told me, he saw a need for it. He saw a need for unity. At the time, there was, this sort of gatekeeping happening. Either that, or you'd see, shows that were just one specific genre. They all, basically all the bands, whoever the headliner is, they kind of emulated that headliner. And he just wanted to see a little more variety and a little bit more unity in the scene. And that's really what the mantra has been ever since. It's strength through unity, And so at this point, we've kind of reached a point where we've got a team, which is wonderful. Plugging, online and such. And man, we've done pretty well recently. Ever since the Whackin', proposal, we've gotten a couple of new guys on board, and really excited to see how this all goes. We actually had online 500,000 hits just in the past 5 weeks, I think it was. And that to me, that's amazing, considering that we only have less than 10,000 followers on Facebook. So people, it's really reaching people recently.
Yes, man. And some bands that you would recommend people checking out who are listening to this show who aren't from Florida.
Yeah, Haunted. That Haunted is honestly one of my personal favorite unsigned bands in Florida. I think they're just amazing with what they're doing.
When is the last? They didn't play Tampa for like 2 years, right? I think it was like 2
Yeah,
or 3 years ago.
It's been a few years. I think they've just had some lineup
Some
issues.
tragedy go on too, didn't they? I think they
Yes.
lost a member. No.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, their vocalist died, and the founding member, John Riley, he took over vocals, and he actually has done vocals for them throughout their albums as well. They've been around for decades, man. Even before, recently, Haunted, say in the past, I think it was 5 or 6 years that they've kind of been in the scene. They've been around since the early 90s. I got a demo cassette from John that had been unopened, sitting in his basement or something. And it's 1992 cassette, so they've been doing it for a long time. Some other bands, of course, Diabolic. They're amazing. I love that band myself. Let's see.
Obviously, Ed's been involved. I feel like Ed's been involved. That's how it tells you how old Ed is. You go back to like all the Eulogy. Everybody, Ed's been involved in every band pretty much that were.
Yeah. Fathom from South.
We
Florida.
had them on here. We had David right on here.
Cool people.
Yep.
Man, I love
guy.
them. They're amazing, and man, they're good. Like their vocalist, dude. Like, she's not a guttural vocalist. She's a vocalist. She's a singer. And I respect that because you don't see that so much in metal and extreme metal anymore. People kind of this is the go-to is to do the gutturals and stuff, and I do that. But I mean, it's good to have a singer, and to have that continuum.
Nice, man. Well, yeah. So yeah. Again, let's just go over the show again that's happening Saturday. And Eric, as always, man, we always appreciate you coming on Tampa Morgue, hanging out with us and stuff, dude.
Very much.
We all know you personally on the side, so it's always good to have you come hang out. And this, like Ed said, this is your 3rd episode. I forget everything, so I thought it was only number 2, but Ed's there to keep me in check. So yeah, run through the bands again if you can.
Yeah.
Again, March 15th. I'll start you out with that. March 15th, Saturday night this week, 2025.
That's right. March 15th. The doors open at 7:00. The Brass Mug, and we've got Voidrium, Endurus, Forfeiture, Nocturnal Dawn, Varanger, and Wire Throne. And so they'll be performing this weekend. We also have coming up on May 2nd, the remaining bands are Pontifex, Othelon, Nibiru, Piss on Christ, Corrupted Saint, and a band called Done For. And so that's the entire 12 bands. So one of those 12 bands on May 17th will be, selected to go on to New Jersey for the U.S. semifinals.
You know what town in Jersey they're going to?
I don't remember the town, honestly.
Okay.
But I know it is in Jersey.
Cool, man. Well, again, if people want to get a hold of you about Tampa Bay Death Fest 7, they can contact you. That bands who are interested.
Yes.
And anything else, Eric, that we didn't cover?
No, you guys cover well. So
thanks,
I
man.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
No, we always appreciate you coming on and stuff. And again, web pages. Tampa Bay Metal Scene is on Facebook, right? They can just go
right
there.
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram. We're looking into also getting an official website, which would just be straightforward TampaBayMetalScene.com. So that's in the works as well.
Cool, man. Well, Eric, we do appreciate you coming on. We're gonna me and Ed will be back after. We're actually gonna play one more of the bands that are gonna be on there. Nocturnal Dawn, which is a newer band, right? Because I think this is a song. Perpetual Nightmare is the name of the track, and they're from Orlando. Anything you know about Nocturnal Dawn?
Nocturnal Dawn, I originally met through Haunted. Their guitarist Eric Siped is now in Nocturnal Dawn.
Okay. Well, cool, man. Again, we appreciate you hanging out. Everybody go check out the Florida Metal Battle for Wacken this Saturday, March 15th at the Brass Mug in Tampa, Florida. Eric, anything on the way out you want to say?
I appreciate you guys having me, and cheers.
Cheers, man.
Thanks again.
Glad we got you on. And we'll say goodbye to you in a second, and we're going to play. This is Nocturnal Dawn with Perpetual Nightmare. We'll see you back on the Tampa Morgue after this track. Eric, thanks again. And that was Nocturnal Dawn with Perpetual Nightmare. We want to thank Eric Gran from the Tampa Bay Metal scene for hanging out. We also want to thank, obviously, a little bit earlier, Jerry from the Rauta channel, from Nightside. Ed, it was a long night. A couple guests. We always wind up. Well, I kind of thought tonight would be long, and then we have Lewis from Hemorrhage coming on next week, so it's going to be we're busy, man. We have a lot of stuff going on, but I definitely want to thank those guys for hanging out tonight with us. Episode 81 in the books. Ed, how you doing over there?
Hungry, tired. Gonna probably get killed by my wife. It's okay.
A lot of information tonight.
Trifecta. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Definitely. It's great to hear from different people, because obviously Eric's here and Jerry's from Finland, so it's two different worlds, man.
We're always all over the world.
It's amazing how things are so different.
We'll be in Spain. Areas. We'll be in Spain this week too.
Jesus, just spin the globe and put your finger
Lewis
on it, and
Hemorrhage,
let's figure where we're going.
Yeah, so Jerry was a great guest. Anybody who hasn't checked out the Raw2 channel, like I said, it's definitely for me when I go on those, look at interviews and stuff, it's definitely some quality stuff and a lot of bands that you're not going to see. So definitely check out that. And Eric Gran, who came on, we just talked to him. He bust his ass in the scene. I give him total credit. He he really cares about the scene and really cares about, really basically just he's in it for the love of the music. Nobody's getting, obviously we know Ed, no one's getting paid for doing what he does, really.
Nope.
You have to be into it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think we're going to keep it really short because we just had a lot of we had two guests and a lot of information.
I don't think anybody wants to hear anything else from us.
I think they want to go to bed. Yes. So
put this shit to bed. I'm pulling the blanket over right now. Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere podcasts are for them. The thetampamorgue at gmail.com. We're on YouTube. I'm a size 10 in shoe. What are you about you, Tony? Anything else?
No, I'm good, man. It's a long show.
Headphones.
We're pissing in bottles over here during the show. So we're, I mean, it was a long one. We're doing the old piss and water bottle
long,
trick.
though.
Yeah.
Not Jeff Mantis long.
Jeff Mantis long.
That's a different long. But no, it was good, man. It was great.
Yeah. Episode 81 is in the books, and toast. And we'll see everybody next week. Like I said, we got Luisma from Hemorrhage coming on, and so before you know it, we'll be back. Everybody who listens, we appreciate you. Like Ed said, you know where to find us. You can check us out on Instagram, get some Jeff Tate tickets on Instagram, send us an email at thetampamorgue at gmail.com. And we'll see you for number 82 next week.
See ya.
This is King Fally from Deceased, and you just listened to another episode of the Tampa Morgue. Tune in next week and stay fucking dead.